just wanted to sort of other than me, my mama. That shit the one. I'm on V. Above food. I could go bonus. Up my because you go up before we get my in the party that party. Yeah, the bitch all the any man. But that's you're the bomb, but I can't be a man.
This is a video about a lost Eminem video game. Sorry, I had to start with that so you know you didn't click on the wrong video before I go on a bit of a tangent. I love video games, obviously if you've seen my other videos, but my second love is hip-hop music. It's a strange story, but it all started when I was 12 years old. Smash for 3DS was coming out and I was really into it. I wanted to play it competitively and thank God I didn't, for multiple reasons. I started watching professional Smash Bros content all the time, and eventually I discovered this video, 600 Hours, a Young Link combo video. This video is kind of infamous nowadays, but that's besides the point. The reason this video is important to me is because of the background music that was chosen. BK Knapp's remix of Thug's Mansion by Tupac. Before this, I had grown up in a household that was very rap is crap. The only music I listened to was what my mom would play in the car, mostly 70s and 80s classics. But BK Knapp's Thug's Mansion remix was the first song I ever heard that truly clicked with me. I listened to it every day for months, and eventually I started to branch out to other songs. Through YouTube recommendations, I discovered Tupac's Me Against the World, which no doubt changed my life. I had to ask my mom if I could buy the CD, and she insisted on listening to the album and reading through all of the lyrics before letting me. But in the end, she did agree to let me buy it. About a year or so after that, I'm a cool, mature 13-year-old now. I was shopping at a Best Buy looking through the rap CDs when I spotted an album that had a particularly interesting cover. The whole image had a bluish purple tint. It's a full moon night, a man and his child are standing at the end of a dock. In the foreground, a car sits with its trunk open, and a person's legs are sticking out of the side. Many of you will have already pieced together that this is the cover to Eminem's major label debut, the Slim Shady LP. And thankfully, my mom didn't ask to listen to this one before I bought it.
That gotta be right.
Eminem is a man who needs no introduction. Whether you love him or hate him, it's safe to say he has cemented himself as one of the most popular musicians of the past couple of decades. He's the best-selling rap artist of all time and one of the best-selling solo artists across all genres. He's won 15 Grammys, 15 VMAs, and an Oscar. He's headlined 5 tours, had 2 books, and even starred in his own semi-autobiographical film, 8 Mile. But with all of the success, Eminem has strangely never had his own video game. Well, that's not 100% true. If you count phone games, he's actually had 2. Relapse Resistance and Shady Wars. But I'm not talking about casual phone games. I'm talking about hardcore experiences for real gamers on real consoles. Sure, you could say Eminem's amazing performance as Detective McVigar in 50 Cent Bulletproof counts.
And by the way, you're out of orange juice.
But I'm looking for a game solely about Eminem, an Eminem fan appreciation game, if you will. Fortunately, or maybe unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, Eminem was at one point very close to having his own video game on the PlayStation 1 and Windows computers. The key word here is very close, as in this game was cancelled. Initially, I planned for this video to be on the shorter side, quickly covering a lost media topic that I hadn't seen anyone else cover before, but the more digging I did, the more I found, and I quickly realized no one else would ever want to go this far. So without further ado, let's take a look at the history of Mixed TV Presents Eminem.
Smash the window, grab the Nintendo 64. When they sell out in stores, the price trip.
I don't.
May 14th, 2003. The first day of the Electronic Entertainment Expo is being held at the Los Angeles Convention Center. For those of you who don't know what that is, since it's been dead for almost half a decade now, E3 was a large convention where all of the biggest names in the video game industry would come to announce new games and tech.
We haven't had an E3 in 4 years.
Of course, the biggest names would attend almost every year, like Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, and Sega, but smaller studios would also frequently attend, like Conspiracy Entertainment, a publisher and sometimes developer of games most would consider shovelware. It was at this first day of E3 2003 that Conspiracy would announce Mixed TV Presents Eminem. According to an IGN article by Chris Scantlebury, Conspiracy had inked a deal to release Eminem-related video games on all major platforms, and Mixed TV Presents Eminem was just set to be the first of many. Exclusive for the PC and PlayStation 1, the game would have consisted of 6 different modes of simple puzzle games involving Eminem and his music videos. Specifically mentioned are sliding and memory puzzles. The sliding puzzles were said to use, quote, special technology that allowed full motion video to be played independently on each piece of the puzzle. It's also mentioned that the game would have featured exclusive content, though it's unknown what any of this was. Billboard put out an article the same day, saying the game would have been 1 or 2 players with both cooperative and competitive modes, and would have featured 4 music videos, 2 of which were revealed to be My Name Is and The Real Slim Shady. Conspiracy also planned to release a censored and uncensored version of the game, which is confirmed by the ESRB having both of these listed in their database, although they refer to the game as Mixed TV Presents the Eminem Game, while all other sources just call it Mixed TV Presents Eminem. The ESRB also confirms it was set to release on the PC and PS1, despite multiple sources like IGN and PlayStation World magazine claiming it was a PS2 game. This misconception was more than likely caused by how odd it was to release a game on the PS1 in 2003. For contrast, the actual final PlayStation 1 game released in North America was FIFA Football 2005, which came out a little over a year after Mixed TV was supposed to come out. At this point, you're probably wondering, what is Mixed TV anyway? Well, Mixed TV was Conspiracy's name for this new line of games. They actually plan to make more games like this for other artists after Eminem. Scott Steinberg, for the July 2003 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, specifically said these Mixed TV games would be PS1 offerings. Conspiracy's marketing director Vince Matthews said, "This is the first in a line of fan appreciation titles that will ship under the Mixed TV brand. We're positioning the brand as a fan appreciation product. It's the perfect match between a license and an audience. Mixed TV gives fans a chance to be part of the show." Now at first, a line of simple puzzle games releasing on the PlayStation 1 in 2003 sounds incredibly uninteresting, and it is a strange idea, but it starts to make a little more sense when you find out how much Conspiracy was planning to charge for these games. Billboard claimed the game would be sold for $14.99 or less, while EGM and IGN both said it would sell for about $9.99. In the 2000s, regular CD singles cost about $5 each, so getting 4 music videos for $10 plus alleged bonus content doesn't seem like the worst deal in the world in retrospect. One more thing I want to mention before I start digging deeper into all of this is that Billboard and PlayStation World both mentioned that Conspiracy was also planning a 3D action game based on Eminem's short-lived cartoon, The Slim Shady.
My fault, bro. I'm actually crazy. Like you up. Hold up. I look goofy as shit. I look goofy as shit. How's she doing? Hmm. I see it. That bark. Feel like a shark. That dog could not bite. Better one bark. I can see. Maybe EPG. He got good precision. He signed. Shark. Do that. Up. Yeah, knock ass nigga. Yeah. Wait. Maybe. Mm. Did I restart that video? The buzz rise. I apologize to the kids I bullied in high school. A laptop video outside. Hold. I got. That's. How would I even watch? Is this even the same YouTube account? Oh my god. Music louder. Yeah. Looking at the cars, see a couple of clones. Look, this.
This is a video about a lost Eminem video game. Sorry, I had to start with that so you know you didn't go. Billboard specifically attributes this information to Vince Matthews, though there is no further information on this game anywhere. It's likely it was canceled before it got past being anything more than a concept. That's about all you'll find for surface level information on Mixed TV Presents Eminem, but such a low amount of information could never satisfy an Eminem expert such as myself. From this, I've got a few leads I'm willing to chase down. So it's time we start.
Wait, how am I gonna hear?
First, I want to look into these 4 music videos that were going to be in the game. Like I mentioned earlier, Billboard had confirmed that 2 of them were My Name Is and The Real Slim Shady, which leaves room for 2 more. To Eminem enthusiasts, these songs will perhaps stand out as being lead singles from their respective albums. Eminem would typically have these silly, lighthearted songs be the lead singles. My Name Is, The Real Slim Shady, Without Me, and Just Lose It are a few examples. Now, by the time this game was in development, I have reason to assume the Eminem show had been completely finished, and all of its music videos released. So everything up to Sing for the Moment is fair game to have been featured in Mixed TV. Based on the pattern of lead singles being in the game, I strongly believe Without Me would have been one of the 2 remaining songs. But what about the last one? Well, as much as I really would have liked it to have been Superman, it was almost certainly Lose Yourself. Actually, now that I think about it, solving a Superman puzzle would have probably been kind of uncomfortable. There are definitely strong arguments that can be made for Stan being in there, or maybe even cleaning out my closet. But to me, nothing makes more sense than Without Me and Lose Yourself. In March of 2003, while Mixed TV was in development, Lose Yourself won an Academy Award for Best Original Song, and it went on to be a career-defining song for Eminem. Now let's look into something that's been biting at me. Was this game actually shown at E3? This question first came to me when I wondered how it was announced at E3. The only way I could think of them announcing it was either at like a workshop or a smaller conference, or they had a booth and they spoke about it there. So first, I wanted to check if Conspiracy or someone from Conspiracy had been a part of any of the many workshops or smaller conferences they held at E3. So I found an archived version of E3's website from 2003, and that had a list of all the speakers for that year. And I searched for both Conspiracy and its president, Cyrus Amadi, and came up with nothing. At this point, I'm confident they had to have had a booth then. So my next step is to find a map of all the booths at E3 2003 and look to see if I can find Conspiracy. Luckily, Sega Retro had an archive of maps for all of the halls that year. There were 5 halls in total: South Hall, West Hall, Kentia Hall, Petrie Hall, and Concourse Hall. South Hall and West Hall were huge and mostly featured big companies like Nintendo, Sega, Sony, Microsoft, Ubisoft, Capcom, Take-Two, THQ. SpongeBob himself was there with his house! In comparison, Petrie Hall and Concourse Hall didn't have that many booths, but Kentia Hall was huge and mostly had booths for smaller studios, so I figured searching here was my best shot. And I can't tell you how many times I combed over this map trying to find Conspiracy. It just wasn't going to happen, so I had to change strategy. I thought that there must be some sort of guidebook they made of every booth that was at the convention and where they were located, and that's when I found my saving grace. The Prima Games E3 2003 Directory Book, which thankfully was fully scanned and archived by the Video Game History Foundation. This directory led me to discover that not only was Conspiracy at E3 2003, but they were actually in the South Hall the whole time. The directory says Conspiracy was at booth South 700, but if we look at the map we found on Sega Retro, that's marked as being Natsume's booth. But you see the giant glowing 4 above it. Well, silly little Lime Jinjo didn't realize that 4 meant 4 different booths were sharing the South 700 space that year. Natsume, Crave Entertainment, SVG Distribution, and Conspiracy Entertainment. The directory also lists Mixed TV Presents M&M as a game exhibited for both PS1 and PC. Now we know that Conspiracy had a booth at E3 2003, and where exactly it was located. But was Mixed TV Presents M&M actually shown there? I believe so. In Electronic Gaming Monthly's July 2003 issue, Scott Steinberg specifically used the wording, "The publisher will show off PS1 budget title Mixed TV Presents M&M." And in their August 2003 issue, Sean Baby wrote that on the first day he found Crave Entertainment's booth, and listed among their upcoming releases was a puzzle game based on Rapstar M&M. We now know that Crave and Conspiracy were sharing a booth that year, so I believe Sean Baby was confused and thought M&M was with Crave. I'm fairly certain Crave had no part in Mixed TV, as it wasn't featured in their press kit CD from that year. Billboard also said in their article on the first day of E3 that the game was, quote, expected to debut today at E3, which leads me to believe it is possible it was physically there. Now that we know where it was and that there's an inkling of a chance that it was actually shown off there, all I have to do is find footage or photo of Conspiracy's booth, and maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to sneak a peek at Mixed TV. There's just one issue. E3 2003 was an insanely huge year. Here are just a few highlights from that showing, in no particular order. Ahem. Wario World, WarioWare, weird fucking build of Chibi Robo, F-Zero GX, Kirby's Air Ride, Mario Kart Double Dash. You guys had 3 racing games that year? Sonic Heroes, Dragon Guard, SVC Chaos, the Game Boy Advance SP, PSP, and N-Gage, Ninja Gaiden, Metroid Prime 2, Half-Life 2, Halo 2, The Sims 2, Soul Calibur 2, Pikmin 2, Silent Hill 3, Metal Gear Solid 3, Rogue Squadron 3, Resident Evil 4 Hookman version, and more. Also, E3 used to have, quote, booth babes, which were provocatively dressed women that companies would hire to float around their booths. About 90% of all photos relating to E3 2003 are hired to float around their booths. About now you'll begin to understand why Mixed TV wasn't high on many people's priority lists. There are thousands of photos and videos of E3 2003, and while video is a lot harder to search through, I looked at every photo I could find on the internet for several hours, just to see if anyone took a photo of Conspiracy Entertainment's booth that year. And it was on this Angel Fire blog by Service Games, which hasn't been updated since 2003, where I found this image titled Random E3 Floor, which has the only glimpse of Conspiracy Entertainment's booth I could find across the entire internet. You can see Crave's booth as well, showing off their games But Ugly Martians and EJ Club World, but in the foreground is a desk. Behind it are what I believe to be Conspiracy employees speaking with the exhibition viewers, which is probably how the game was announced and the details we've seen in the articles were given. To the left, we can see a stand for Conspiracy Entertainment, which has one display visible, showing a photo of what looks like a light-skinned lady with long brown hair, possibly wearing glasses, standing in front of a background that's half bluish-white, half brown. To make sure this wasn't related to Mixed TV, I rewatched every Eminem and D12 music video and tried to match this picture any of them, to no avail. So unless this image is showing some of the fabled bonus content, I don't believe this was Mixed TV footage. Well, if we can't actually see the game, maybe we can imagine it with the help of some visual descriptors. IGN's page for the game has a description that reads, "Music videos are viewed on a jumbo screen and must be correctly reassembled before the video ends." While PlayStation World said in their September 2003 issue, The game sets the player a series of puzzles that have to completed before the hip-hop track on the in-game jukebox fades out in a hail of swear words and shoutouts. And, as well as simple memory challenges, match up the two photos of Eminem giving the one-finger salute, match up the two photos of Eminem bearing his arse, players will also be required to unscramble images of the great man by sliding around fragments of a photo. With this information, I was able to make this mock-up image of what I imagine it could have looked like. IGN also said it was going to have vibration support, so imagine a DualShock rumbling in your hands while you look at this image. It's possible we got these witness testimonies because review copies were sent to journalists, or it could be that it really was at E3. Nonetheless, I'm glad we have them, but I still hope to see the real thing someday with my own eyes. Lastly, I want to address the game's alleged release date. PlayStation Magazine's July 2003 issue said it was due out that summer, while Electronic Gaming Monthly's issue that month was more specific, saying it was due in June. Then why didn't it come out? Conspiracy's president Cyrus Amadi said, "There's no bigger artist in the world right now than Eminem, and we're very excited to be a part of the phenomenon." So, what went wrong? What could have possibly happened to have this game cancelled so close to launch? Oh, that makes sense. Eminem is no stranger to lawsuits. In fact, he has a rather storied history with them, spanning his entire career. He has sued or been sued by targets such as his mother, his childhood bully, and just recently, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, among many others. So the rest of this story shouldn't come as any surprise. July 22nd, 2003. A little over 2 months after Mixed TV was announced, and about 1 month since EGM's expected release window for the game. Conspiracy Entertainment files a lawsuit in the Supreme Court of California, County of Los Angeles, against Eminem's licensing agency, Bravado International Group, and his management company, Cousins Entertainment, alleging fraud and deceit, conspiracy to defraud, breach of contract, and breach of covenant of good faith and fair dealing, seeking no less than $5 million in damages. Bravado and Cousins had gone back on their deal with Conspiracy, allowing them to produce games based on Eminem, and Conspiracy claimed that they had done so unlawfully, theorizing that they had done it to seek a more lucrative deal elsewhere, with a more popular video game company. Conspiracy's chief financial officer, Keith Tanaka, was quoted as saying, "We were not aware of any problems until we started getting some press on our new product. Then we started hearing rumors about Eminem negotiating a better deal with Rockstar Games, or some other big video game publisher. Apparently, our deal must have been in the way because there was no other reason for Bravado and Cousins to stop us from introducing a video game that was approved before the contract ever got signed." According to IGN, that last bit is Conspiracy admitting no contract had ever been signed, but this is contested by MTV writer Corey Moss, saying Conspiracy claimed that Eminem himself had signed a contract in February allowing Conspiracy publishing rights, which had now been reneged. Game Industry also claimed there was a contract that was reneged on, but I'm a little more skeptical of them since their article also claims Conspiracy was suing Eminem directly, which is untrue, as well as claiming that the contract was reneged because Eminem was getting, quote, more popular. I find that last claim dubious since by the time Mixed TV had entered development, the Eminem show had already been out for several months and had sold over 1 million copies in its first full week of sales, so I don't believe growing popularity was the biggest issue. I can't complain too much though, since IGN's article had its first sentence end saying, "They broke the hell out of a contract, yo. Now where'd that cash be at?" the company asks, legally. Oh my god. It's important to note that Eminem himself seemed very detached from the lawsuit,
all want to finish
with
this
Conspiracy
video
President
so I
Cyrus
can
Amadi
fucking-
even saying,
God
"We hope
Godzilla
everyone can
music,
arrive at a
yeah.
quick resolution now that Eminem is fully aware of the problem." Unfortunately, Eminem couldn't be their Superman, and the lawsuit would proceed without his involvement. September 16th, 2003, Bravado filed a cross-complaint, in other words, a legal rebuttal, against Conspiracy, alleging breach of contract and seeking damages of $50,000 plus interest, attorney fees, and costs. December 24th, Conspiracy files an amended complaint, adding on to their lawsuit against Cousins Entertainment. adding claims of torturous interference with contractual relations and torturous interference with prospective economic advantage, marking the worst Christmas ever for whatever poor sap was in charge of this case at Cousins. Though good news would soon come, as at some point the claims of conspiracy to defraud and torturous interference with prospective economic advantage were dismissed against Cousins. Cousins would strike back with a vengeance on April 9, 2004, filing a cross-complaint against conspiracy, alleging unauthorized use of Eminem's name, image, and likeness, seeking damages in excess of $10 million, plus any money they had made from the game, punitive damages, attorney fees, and costs. As late as March 31st, 2005, Conspiracy had reported that they were continuing forward with all of their claims on Bravado, and with just the one claim of torture in the game industry for quite some time. Guy who was so important, I went to John's rave with Ron and Dave and met a new wave blonde babe with half of her head shaved. Dave Hoffman has been in the game industry for quite some time. According to an interview he did for the Video Game Collecting podcast, he got into game development after his friends showed him Ultima 2. He worked at Chemco in their customer service department for a while, before eventually moving on to companies like American Sammy, Data East, Playmates, THQ, and he even held an executive producer role at Square Enix for about half a decade. From 2000 to 2007, Hoffman was an executive producer at Conspiracy, and among the 56 games that Moby Games credits Hoffman on, we can now add a 57th to that list. Mixed TV presents Eminem. Dave is actually quite open about having worked on Mixed TV, mentioning it both on his Facebook and LinkedIn pages. But I wouldn't have been able to find this info without the efforts of documentarian Edward Payson, who interviewed Hoffman in 2023 for the upcoming second part of his documentary, Rarity, Retro Video Game Collecting in the Modern Era. The full interview with Hoffman is still yet to be released, but Payson uploaded a short clip of it to Instagram and TikTok in late 2023 and early 2024, which gives us a wealth of information and some of our only leads. The very first frame of the video is Dave proudly holding a CDR encased in a WADA-graded plastic tomb. The bottom of the disc seems to be dated June 3rd, 2003. A little bit into the video, Hoffman comments, "In 6 months, I was able to design this game, produce it, and gain Sony approval for retail distribution." This information leads me to the assumption that the game began development in December 2002 or January 2003, which is why I said earlier in the video that we could reasonably assume all of Eminem's music videos before Mosh were candidates to be in the game, since Superman and Sing for the Moment would have released during the beginning of development. The clip ends with Hoffman saying he's sad the game will never release, and that he would be willing to part ways with it if Eminem himself were to ask for it. Eminem stans will know that he is actually a hardcore gamer, holding a high score of 465,800 in the original Donkey Kong. However, Eminem also said on his 2013 song So Far, "Hell with PlayStation. I'm still on my first man on some Zelda. Nintendo, bitch. Run, jump, punch, stab." So his gamer status remains unclear, as does whether he would ever take Hoffman up on his offer or not. I reached out to Dave Hoffman asking for an interview, but so far I've received no reply. I will make an update video on that if he gets back to me. For now, we can seek solace in the fact that when Payson's full documentary releases, he stated it will feature footage of the game. So if nothing else, the hunt is not completely over.
Every time I reminisce, yo, I miss my past, but I still don't give a fuck. Y'all can kiss my.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the long and storied history of Mixed TV Presents Eminem. When I first started working on this video, I thought I'd make something short, like around 5 minutes. But I dug too deep and saw too many things, and eventually decided that I wanted to chronicle it all. Because
Good video.
Is going through anything.
No.
So someone in my comment section asked me how to overcome awkwardness, okay? And I think that's a great topic because I do consider myself a very awkward person to this day. However, before I get to that, I can do a little self-promo. I've been streaming on Twitch daily, okay? Bryce_Estelle. And then I also have a Lives account that I upload the Twitch videos on. BRS Lives, and I will put So someone in my comment section asked me how to overcome awkwardness, okay? And I think that's a great topic because I do consider myself a very awkward person to this day. However, before I get to that, I can do a little self-promo. I've been streaming on Twitch daily, okay? Bryce_Estelle. And then I also have a Lives account that I upload the Twitch videos on. BRS Lives, and I will put both things in the description. So awkwardness, okay? Again, like I said, personally, I'm a very awkward guy. Some people tend to disagree, but like me, I feel awkward when I'm having these interactions. That in and of itself goes to kind of expose how awkwardness is a choice. You know, if you don't allow something to be awkward, it doesn't have to be awkward. I remember one time when I was a little kid, bro, I was at my friend's house during a sleepover. But when I tell you, okay, so I threw my blanket up in the air while my fan was on, and then it knocked a bunch of dust on me, bro. Anyways, I was at my kid's, no, I don't have a kid. I was at my friend's sleepover when I was a kid, right? And basically, I woke up and I drunk their juice. Like, they had a big container of juice that was like for the family. I drunk straight out of it, okay? My mouth on it. Now, the crazy thing is I didn't even do that at home. We had a big container of like juice, like Crystal Light, and like we would just pour it in cups. I don't know what I was thinking, bro, but I was a little kid. That could have been the most awkward moment ever. However, kid's dad came and he's like, "Oh, wow, you're thirsty, huh?" And he just like wiped off the bottle. I was like, "Oh my gosh, thank God." So it's truthfully about how you react to things and what you want to happen. Now, in that situation, obviously I'm a little kid. He's not going to shame, like a good adult is not going to shame a little kid for making a little mistake like that. Now I'm going to go to another moment as an adult that could have been awkward. Okay, I remember I was at this function. It was the function in LA with a girl. She was trying to invite me to the five-some. At the time, I was dating someone, so I'm like, I shouldn't really involve myself in this. So she was like asking me all sorts of questions. I was like, I don't know, because she was basically telling me, she was like, okay, you know, it's gonna be 5 people, guys and girls. You seem like you're into that. Like, are you in? And I was like, like I don't know. I felt very awkward being like, I don't know, right? But she was like, oh, you're kind of mysterious. I swear to God, she called me mysterious, like to my face. And like I said, I've been streaming. There are some moments where I feel like I'm being incredibly awkward, and then I look at the chat and they're eating it up, they're laughing. You know, like there are these conversations where I feel like I'm stumbling over my words and it's not being pointed out. Like again, like with the girl, I was just like, like I don't know. And she was just like, it made her like into me more because I was there. I was in the present. I was like, everything I was saying, like I just kind of allowed it to roll off. I allowed the awkwardness to come out. Because you know what really is awkward? Scientifically, they say 4 seconds of silence is when it begins to get awkward. So sometimes just talking and powering through it, that's all you need. Okay. And obviously, a big part of that scenario is because I'm very handsome, right? So it's like I can kind of just say things and it works. So if you're handsome, it's kind of a bonus for you. Speaking of which, though, dude, tell me I just got like a hate comment today because I referred to myself as handsome. It's like, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? Like, am I supposed to sit here and pretend I'm not handsome? Like, like I'm just supposed to be like, oh yeah, no, I'm one of you. Like, no, bro. Like, I'm not that relatable. Honestly, I feel like it would be worse if like, you know, here I am living my handsome life and I'm not telling you guys that this is part of my handsome experience or giving you my handsome thoughts. Like, I could sit here and pretend like, oh yeah, you know, unattractive people, yeah, I think they're okay, but no, that's not how I feel. I just have to speak from the heart. You know what I mean? And the thing is, I know this is a thing because anytime I'm like, yo, you know, be yourself, because being yourself truly, especially in these awkward moments, bro, can get you past so much. But if I say be yourself, they're like, oh man, some handsome 6'6" dude telling me to be myself. But it's like, no, like for real though. Like it's important for me to depict to you that a lot of my methods, a lot of my experience is due to me being good looking. You know, like I didn't get it out the mud. You know, like this is not me, you know, succeeding despite of being unattractive. Like I have so much respect for unattractive people who like succeed like in life because I'm like, bro, the odds were stacked against you because scientifically, bro, scientifically, people treat unattractive people worse. Because, you know, it's like, I don't want to look at this person, you know, because you feel unpleasant when you look at them. So, like, when someone becomes, like, internet famous and they're not even good looking, I'm like, bro, good for them. You know, like, I don't have to persevere in that manner, okay? So then, you know, you translate that to real life. There are other things I don't have to persevere with. Like, I'm sure there are plenty of people where, you know, if I looked like, I'm not going to name a person, but, like, let's say I just looked like some very unattractive human being, the same interaction could just be very awkward. I was like, hold up, let me Clark Kent on y'all real quick. If I was like, oh, I don't know, like I don't know what to do. I don't know if I want to have this 5-way. I don't know if I want to engage and act with all these people. It might have came off a little bit awkward, okay, but I was a lot smoother. I had a nice outfit on. It worked, okay. And honestly, so I feel like part of awkwardness is appearance. You know what I mean? Because I feel like if you appear very much less awkward, then you don't have to worry about as much. And I don't mean, and look, if you're chopped, you're chopped, okay. However, there are things you can do to decrease the effectiveness of your choppedness. And now this is gonna get hot take, okay. You see women do this all the time, all the time. Have you seen a woman who you know is just like unattractive, but she looks clean, so it's like, okay, she's not the best looking in the face, through no fault of her own, okay? We're not saying she's a bad person here, okay? But, but her nails are done, hair is done, makeup on point as much as it can be. She's wearing a nice outfit. She's wearing attractive people clothes. You have faith in her, you know what I mean? Like, as a human being who exists, like, you believe in the concept that she's like, okay. Now, mind you, you've also seen chopped people where it's like, Shari is just walking around like in a hoodie, not really engaging. Not that hoodies are bad, or not that being like shy or socially awkward is bad in any way, but you've seen like people who take care of themselves less and happen to be chopped. Just like, and the things, it's not even just about looks when I say this. Like, obviously, like, you see my background, like, I got so much clothes back there, TV back there with clothes on it. You see my bed, bro, my blankets all like wrinkly and whatnot. This sets a very different vibe than if I were to have a very crisp, clean background with artwork. See, there's nothing on my walls right now. So look how long my arm is. I can reach the door from here. Yeah, pretty cool, right? You know what I'm getting at? Like, appearance gives a different vibe. You know what I mean? Like, I could have the same amount of space. There could be a closet right here. The window could be right there. You know what I mean? But if I had artwork on the walls, my clothes weren't piled up right here, and my bed was like a little bit more made, it would give off a different vibe. Which obviously, again, like, I'm still handsome, so like this doesn't ruin me. It's not the worst thing in the world. But if it was a special type of setup back there, it would take me to that next level. What I'm saying is, if you're in a situation where you're chopped, you feel awkward, you have all these awkward moments, take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Like me, you see my hair's not done a lot.
don't matter.
You may not have that luxury. Have your hair done, groom yourself, wear nice outfits. Because people people are like, oh yeah, don't judge people. Everyone judges people. Everyone prejudges people when you look at them. So it's like, even just like as a human being, bro. Like, I look at a guy, I see, he's lined up, his facial hair is lined up, maybe not the best looking guy. I feel like I can trust this guy a bit more. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, this seems like an apt, like, human being. Like, he knows what's going on. But if I see a dude who's chopped, no lineup, no sort of like facial hair lineup, horrible drip, horrible outfit, maybe he even smells a little bit bad, I am dreading that conversation because I don't know what he's gonna say to me. It's like how you know the visual of homeless people, and like how you are kind of afraid to talk to homeless people sometimes, especially if you live in a place like New York, you want to avoid those homeless people. But then, you see someone walking down, like some girl like with a nice pair of sunglasses, designer outfit, designer bag, all that jazz. Obviously, it's New York. Most likely, you don't talk to people on the street, but you feel more comfortable when someone like that's walking by than when you see, a homeless person. They got their cheeks out, they're sagging their pants. And when I say sagging pants, that's not racially motivated. I just mean like they're wearing pants that are too big for them, so they have no choice. They're wearing a jacket with like holes in it. Like, that homeless person could walk up to you and speak so eloquently, like, hey, I'm a homeless person. Give me some money. You know what I mean? Something like that. Obviously, I'm not saying you have to give them money, but it's like they could speak to you like that, and you'd be like, ah. You still be scared because of how they look. A lot of things are appearances. And that woman, bro, that woman in the nice outfit, she could come up to you saying something crazy, and like you would completely fall for it. That's how people fall for scams in New York all the time. I remember my friend fell for one. Basically, it was these people there going around, right? They're wearing nice outfits, and they're asking people to donate to like children. They're like, oh, like something bad was happening to children, right? And they're like, oh yeah, like donate to like children, da 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 da. Right? And I forgot how they start. No, they started it by like asking a riddle. They're like, what's a bagel that flies? And I was like, bro, it's a plain bagel. I'm not an idiot. So then they're like, oh yeah, you solved the riddle. Now you get to donate to the thing. I'm like, what are you talking about? I solved the riddle, so now I got to give you money? You got to be kidding me. Now, and I think they offered like a high five, bro. I was like, you can leave that shit over there, bro. I'm not high fiving a stranger, especially one who's asking me for money. Anyways, point is, I was with my friend. Then, as soon as they found out they weren't getting money out of me, they turned to him. They're like, okay, give us money. Bro gave them $50. Obviously, like $50, that's not the largest amount of money. But the thing is, it was very clear to me. When I was watching, I was like, okay, what they're doing is literally a scam. Like, he literally, like, he put his card, like, they had some sort of reader, like, they put his card in, and he, like, put in the amount of money. And they were shaming him for not giving more money. They're like, oh, that's all you can do. And he's like, bro, I literally can't give you guys any more money. Obviously a scam. But because of the way these people were coming, it wasn't sussed out, okay? Now, obviously, this seems like I'm getting off topic, but trust me, this is on topic. So what I'm saying is, it's the same logic of if someone comes to you on some timing that could be awkward, oftentimes the appearance of them is the difference of whether or not it's awkward. Same way there are lines where it's, dude, I remember this one dude, very handsome man, okay? He was like, okay, like, I got this line, like, he was trying to tell me, he's like, Bryce, I got this line, bro, works on like every woman. And I was like, okay, like, let me hear it. And he said, I tell them that the word of the day is legs. And then I say, let's go to your place and spread the word. And I'm like, bro, I'm like, that dude, that
That's
was horrible. That was a horrible line. Now, mind you, he's
you
such a
going to
good-looking
jail.
guy. Like, that can be a cheesy, kind of weird line, and it works. But now, mind you, Joe Schmo, who doesn't look that good, he comes through and says that it's not going to work. My point
Going
is,
to
in that
jail.
situation where that girl's asked me to go to the five-way, obviously, if I wasn't good-looking, she probably wouldn't ask me to go to the five-way. But say I wasn't, dripped out the way I was, and I didn't look as good as I looked, and I was like, oh, like, I don't know. She probably would have picked up on more of the awkwardness. But because I'm in this nice outfit, it's like, oh, he's mysterious, which again, I swear, like it sounds funny, but like I swear to God, that's what she said. Bro, hold up, not to change the subject, bro, but so I was checking my YouTube analytics just now. Someone said he doesn't need to work as long as he can stick his ankles through those hoops. Like talking about the hoops I wear in my ears. Why would they say that? Like I think they're implying that like I could sell my body, which again, not gonna lie, I would absolutely sell my body before I worked a 9 to 5. That's just me personally. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, a lot of it's appearance, okay? And then back to the situation I was
Back
talking
all
about with
that.
women. Like there were some women where like I would see them around, and I'm like, okay, they're just very stylish, very clean, good makeup job, but I can tell that I'm not attracted to them. But like sometimes I would give them a little shot because of the way they kept themselves together. And then there are other ones I would see where I'm like, okay, they might be okay, but like it just doesn't it's the vibe isn't, it's not good. It's a bad vibe. The way they're moving, like I think I've told you guys before, I like women who look expensive. Those women didn't look expensive. Okay, they look cheap. Not that I'm in the business of buying women, because one, that's illegal, and two, even if it was legal, I wouldn't do that. But I'm just saying, like ones that look like they spend a lot of money on themselves, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So again, like translate to the other side, you can be a chopped dude, or if you're a woman watching this video, like learn from that. But like lineups, lineups in your facial hair. Have some drip. Doesn't have to be crazy drip. Just like some nice clothes. Just clothes that like
Actually,
literally fit
I'm not
you,
even overly,
match each
bro.
other.
I'm
Have a
not even,
scent,
bro.
a signature scent, just any cologne, bro. But
What
not
the
too much
fuck?
of it. And you're most likely going to be doing a lot better as far as the awkwardness front. Then, if we want to delve more into the mind. Someone in my comment section asked me how to overcome awkwardness. Okay, and I think that's a great topic because I do consider myself much of it, and you're most likely going to be doing a lot better as far as the awkwardness front. Then, if we want to delve more into the mindset of it, you have to understand nobody wants things to be awkward. Nobody wants an awkward moment. Now, there are a few people who do like their whole like thing is trying to make other people feel awkward. Those people are few and far between. But in your day-to-day interaction, most people want to have good, positive interactions. That's why, like, there are women who they're like, oh, yeah, if a guy approaches me, I'm not going to reject him because I don't want it to be awkward. Like, the problem is never truly that you're awkward, okay? Like, awkwardness technically doesn't exist, okay? It's all made in the head. The problem is that you
Get a
think
better
things are awkward and it's
camera.
manifesting in your action, okay? And you feeling this awkward way about yourself is what's translating. Notice most quote-unquote awkward moments don't get awkward until both people agree that they're awkward. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you could witness a conversation between me and someone else, and you could say it's the most awkward conversation in the world, but if neither me or them are perceiving it as awkward, it's never going to be awkward. I mean, like, there's no recipe to reach an awkward conversation. Like, for instance, and this kind of off topic, not really though, like me and like one of my best friends, when we talk, it sounds like we hate each other. Like, and I don't mean like, like, oh, we're insulting, we're ragging on each other. It sounds like we're being like fake. It sounds like we're having an interaction where it's like, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, you're funny. Yeah, you know what I mean? It sounds like we're being like sarcastically like it sounds like we sarcastically enjoy each other's company, but we genuinely enjoy each other's company. But when people watch, people are like, dude, y'all like secretly hate each other or something? I was like, no, like we're like each other's like best friends, like one of them, you know what I mean? But it's our conversation that is like completely genuine to us, and then once people are around us more, they realize, oh yeah, like this is just like how they act. So even like there's all this other minutia out there. Like if you have a conversation, right, and you refuse to believe that it's awkward, the other person isn't going to, for one, they're not going to get a chance to think that it's awkward because you're not going to be being awkward. And then all the other people around, if you, for some reason you have an audience, they're not going to see that either. Like truthfully, bro, again, like once you have that appearance stuff down, people don't know you're awkward until you let them know. Like I remember I used to play basketball, like in like school. Horrible basketball. I used to believe that it's awkward. that it's awkward. The other person isn't going to, for one, they're not going to get a chance to think that it's awkward because you're not going to be being awkward. And then all the other people around, if you, for some reason you have an audience, they're not going to see that either. Like truthfully, bro, again, like once you have that appearance stuff down, people don't know you're awkward until you let them know. Like I remember I used to play basketball, like in like school. Horrible basketball player. I remember one time this coach said something to me that was crazy, but it's low-key a life lesson. He said, you can't let them know that you can't play, because it was very obvious, like by the time like I stepped on the court, that I very much could not play basketball because I had no confidence on the court. So translate that to this, you know, if you don't have any like conversational skills that you're proud of, or even again, you don't even need the actual skills. If you're just not confident in your ability to have a conversation, it's gonna show. You just have to remember, we're all human beings, we're all people. Nobody wants to have those awkward moments. So if you don't look like you're afraid of an awkward moment isn't even gonna pass their mind. And when you do feel an awkward moment happen, you have to let it happen. Trying to avoid the awkward moment while it's already happening, like, you know, when you like go for a handshake and you're going for different kinds of handshakes, if you try to avoid that in the moment, it's extra awkward. I remember this one dude, bro, when I tell you, he had so many awkward interactions, like just from like, I'm like, bro, if I was in that situation, it would be awkward, but like it never ever phased him. Like he never ever felt awkward by it. One time, like he had just washed his hands and there was like no paper towels or something, and then like a teacher went up to him trying to like shake his hand or something, and he literally just like, he kind of just like stared at him. He's like, ah, bro, my hands are wet. And then the teacher was like trying to go for like different things, but like he just wasn't doing anything. In that instance, the teacher ended up feeling more awkward than him, and he was just a kid. By kid, I mean he was like, I think we're probably like 16, 17 at the time. So what I'm saying is, even if you embrace the awkwardness, right? Even if these awkward moments come, you embrace them, right? And you're just like, okay, this is what's happening right now. People are never going to look down on you for that, because then for them being awkward would be their choice. Okay, then they're the awkward ones, which honestly puts you in the driver's seat. Like most of the moments that you find awkward, it's just you overthinking. Okay, like you just have to think, okay, what point do I want to get across? What is it that I want to do here? I'm just going to do that thing. That's all I came to do. And also, once you have like some awkward, because again, you can't avoid all awkward moments. Once you have some of them, you realize they're not the end of the world. Like you're fine. I remember one time, bro, I was talking to this girl at the time, and I was walking through the streets, like I was kind of like wasted, right? And then, because I was going from, someone told me to go to this like different bar. Anyways, I bumped into her, and then she was like, "Hey, Bryce," and I was like, I literally, I didn't realize till after the conversation. I was like, "Oh my gosh," I was so drunk that I couldn't speak. And then at the time, I was like, "Oh man, like is she gonna like ghost me for that?" But no, we ended up hanging out like later that week. So it was like, you know what I mean? It's like these awkward moments. There's not a punishment. You're not going to go to awkward jail. You know what I mean? And the things, that's something I have to remind myself too. I'm like, if I have this awkward interaction, am I going to go to jail over it? No. Like, there's no actual punishment for being awkward other than like what you put in your mind. All right. So it's like, if you don't care, not only will these awkward moments decrease, but when they do happen, they just won't matter to you. Because again, it's a part of life. If you see these moments as more funny than embarrassing, that's when you start to win. Because like everyone says, embarrassment is a choice at the end of the day. Like you could deem anything embarrassing. Like personally, I think tying your shoes in public is embarrassing. But like in reality, is it? Like there are plenty, like if you saw me tie my shoes in public, you might not look down on me. I would look down on you if you did. But that's because of what I feel internally. Like, you know, like the other day I said having a job is embarrassing, right? You're gonna look at me crazy. Like if you have a job and be like, bro, how is like working, like how's making money embarrassing? Exactly, bro. The thing is, you have to feel that way about everything. Same thing with when I get gay allegations, when I get, what else do people say to me? When people just call me weird, I'm like, okay. Like what? Like now what? Now what am I gonna do? Like the art of not caring is like beautiful, because once you realize that there's no punishment for like any sort of accusation someone puts on you, whether that be awkward, weird, gay, of course, that's when you realize your combinations, your options in life are just endless. Like there's nothing you can't do. Like is it really gonna, like remember when everyone was calling me a narcissist? Like okay, like what, am I gonna go to jail? You gonna arrest me? You're gonna put me in cuffs? No, you're not. You know why? Because it's not illegal. You just have to believe that who you are as a person is okay, and that's okay that you are that person. Like I feel like a problem a lot of people have is like they're like, okay, this is me, but it's not okay to be me. I'm not right. No, you are right. You're you, and that's great. That's perfectly fine, unless you know you're doing some shady thing, like some really bad things. Then that's not okay. But in general, most of you are okay. Okay, you know, and just live with that. You know, just live with, you know, I'm decent. You know, I can get this stuff done. I mean, like the main thing is, for one, looking the part, believing that you're going to be okay, not accepting awkwardness, like not accepting awkwardness before it happens, but then if it happens, it's like, okay, this is happening, but then like just keep pushing through it. That's all you can do, you know, and I hope this advice helped you in some way. So that's the video for today. Okay, let me think. State of affairs. I'm probably gonna record another video
That was
today,
bad.
and then maybe another video today, because things I can't stream until, I mean I can stream. I was thinking about streaming before, because
Well,
basically, okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to another.
Hey guys, it's BRS.
laptop.
Welcome back to the channel. I'm joking, okay? Someone in the comments asked me to talk about sleeping with someone on the first date and how I feel about it. Personally, I think everyone should be sleeping on the first date, okay? Everyone should be hitting with your man, woman, child, not child, whoopsie, not child, but with your man, woman above the age of 18. You should absolutely be putting out on the first date. Unless you're giving out bad pipe, okay? Whether you have small meat, a loose vajayjay, at that point you do kind of want to schmooze them a little bit before you get into it, okay? And let's talk about what it means to have small meat and a loose vajayjay. Okay, so I looked up average meat size, and they're showing me actual meat here. Like I'm looking for a solution. Anyways, let's forget about this, okay? You know about your meat, okay? At the end of the day, you should know, right? If you're experienced, anyway, forget about all that, okay? You should know your meat's capabilities, okay? At least a general ballpark. You know, they were on social media talking about Roku remotes. Like, bro, if you got a Roku remote, pack it up. Okay, pack it up. Yeah, no, literally, like pack it up. Probably put some, like, I don't know, like socks in there or something. Give yourself give yourself some bulge. Actually, don't do that. As a matter of fact, I hate the discourse around being on soft and what it means for your member. I'm gonna tell you, when I'm on soft, I am completely miserable down there. Okay, if you saw it on soft, you would probably lose a lot of respect for me. But then when I rise, I rise. I want to tell you multiple times, because here's the thing: I'm not going around waving around my soft Johnson. Okay, I very much, before like I actually get into cahoots with young ladies, I absolutely kind of like conceal it as much as possible until it's time for the act. I get bricked up, participate in the act, and after that, I'm like, okay, I've shown them the capabilities of my Johnson. All right, so now they can see it on soft, and like they know what I'm actually capable of. It's like now I can trust them to see the alter ego. You know what I mean, of my member. It's like, and it's one tell you, it's genuinely like a Superman Clark Kent situation. Like, because afterwards, like say I'm like just like walking around like unclothed, they're like, bro, what? They're like, how does it even grow that much? And I'm like, I don't know, science, okay? But the thing is, it's legitimately like finding out Clark Kent is Superman. Like, what? Nerdy Clark Kent who works at Daily Star? What? It's like, yeah, when the time comes, put the cape on, okay? Comes to save the day. And the thing is, when I tell you this, every single man I know that I've talked about this with has like the same thing. And I've known women who are talking about like their boyfriends, and they're like, oh yeah, like it's like small when it's soft, but then like it grows like a lot. So I'm thinking, I think they're just all like that. Not all, but like, you know, I feel like there's a lot of them that are like that. I feel like a lot of people don't understand the concept of what a grower is. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you put my meat in a lineup next to some shrimpies, it's not looking good for me, okay? But then, you know, as bricking up happens, then it's like, oh, okay, now we see the vision. It's like, I'm glad, because if my meat was like its full size all the time, I would be so inconvenienced, I'd be so uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's like, bro, I can't wear gray sweatpants. I can't wear anything where it's like a print would be visible. And the thing is, people don't believe it when they hear it. Like, I remember this one guy where there was like some women, like they saw his print and it like looked small, and they're like, oh yeah, like his print looks so small, blah blah blah. And I was like, you know, like he could be a grower. And they're like, well, I tell you, this is always the line: there's nothing to grow. And it's like, bro, like that's literally the point of growing. Like that's what it is. Someone legitimately needs to like teach a class on it or something. But no, something that's very funny to me is I know men where they'll literally not let any women see them on soft, like even women that they're dating. And it's like, you understand they already know what you're capable of. Like I said earlier, it's like they know. And it's like them seeing Clark Kent, knowing already that Clark Kent is Superman, is much different than them just seeing Clark Kent off the rip. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you gotta send them like soft meat pics or anything, but it's just, I feel like sometimes like it legitimately helps for them to like see it. You know what I mean? So they get like a better understanding of like, oh my gosh, like wow. Like, because the thing is, personally, when I get bricked up, I don't know about y'all, but when I get bricked up, I feel like I'm powering up. Like, I feel like my level is increasing. Like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm going Super Saiyan. And the thing is, with my girl, for instance, who has seen my soft meat, she can also sense me going into that mode, going Super Saiyan. So it's like, it means something to her as well. It's like, it increases her levels because she sees me leveling up before her very eyes, okay? It's a turn on, like just blatantly. Oh yeah, and by the way, bro, fellas, when I tell you, like, that's one thing I feel like almost every woman has told me, like, that is like a turn on. Not you being small on soft, but the concept of it growing into some huge thing. Okay, so I feel like you definitely shouldn't be afraid to show them the softy after you've already showed them the hardy. Anyways, my main point is, fellas, if this is you bricked up, you don't want to rely on your meat. Okay, so you absolutely should not hook up on the first date whatsoever. Okay, you definitely want to wait a bit to like sweeten the deal, get them to like you before, you know, you have to reveal one of these. But anyways, let's talk about loose vajayjays. Okay, loose vajayjays. Now, when we talk about a loose vajayjay, what do we mean? Like, what do we talk? Have you ever seen like one of these? You know what I mean? Like one, like you can see inside, like you can see what's going on there. Bro, I remember this one girl. Man, y'all are not gonna like this story. This one girl, bro, a little bit on the looser side, which is okay. which is okay. There's nothing wrong with being loose. The same way there's nothing wrong with having a smaller member. If that's who you are, that's your body. You know, you had no choice in the matter. But there was this one girl. Oh my gosh. Thank God her stuff was loose. Okay, because I remember she was laying on her back. I'm looking in there. I'm seeing what's going on. Because here's like, I used to have this thing where I'm like, I have to check what's in there before I do anything to it. You know what I mean? I just have to see like what the vibes are. Okay, I need to diagnose the situation. Like nowadays, I do it with my hands, which is probably a bit more dangerous. Like after I get to the point in the story, but you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm like this. I'm looking. I'm scoping out the joint. Okay, I'm like, what do I need to worry about, bro? When I tell you, I saw inside of her, there was residue, nigga. There was residue inside of her. And I'm trying to, it was a long time ago. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to say it looked like cheese because it did not look like cheese. But it looked like if something bad had happened to cheese. It wasn't a lot of residue, mind you. It was probably like a dollop. Like, you know, when you have like hair gel, they're like, oh, put a dollop in your hand. But it was like a dollop. But like when I'm like, and I see it, I'm like, oh, nah, I can't get in there. What is this? Because, and here's the thing. There have been situations where I'm like, again, I'm in the area, I'm navigating it, and I see a little bit of doo-doo on the back door, so to speak. Okay, because again, this is a family-friendly video. I don't want to use any disparaging terms. Doo-doo on the back door. That's where it was, on the back door. I've seen it, right? And in my mind, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just not gonna lick there, right? I'm completely fine. I'm like, okay, it's fine, natural bodily function. I'm just not gonna lick there. You know, like I can survive. She can survive like that. However, the reason I can live with that is at least when it's doo-doo, I know what it is. The stuff that was in this woman's vajayjay, I had no idea. I was scared out of my mind, bro. I was scared out of my mind. Because I'm like, bro, we're already unclothed. She's already waiting for it. She's already like, she's already in the mode. I'm in the mode. But this completely takes me out of it. Like, what is this mystery? What is this mystery substance inside of her? And how did it get there? Is it something that was lost in there? Or was it something that grew in there, you know? Bro, she had debris in there. Debris, rubble, wreckage, litter, waste, whatever you want to call it. Something in there that shouldn't have been in there. A foreign obstacle. When I open up your lady parts, I just want to see that flesh. That's all I want to see, okay? But I was forced to be in this situation. I'm over here and I'm looking. I'm seeing this substance, this unfamiliar substance. I don't want to touch it, but I'm like, what's going on here? Okay, I have to Google what's going on. Okay, let's look. Smegma, residue of made up oils, skin cells, sweat, and other fluids that can accumulate in the area. Excessive or abnormal discharge. It definitely, bro. It was a solid. That, because it would be one thing. It would be one thing, right? If it was like kind of like fluidy, I could be like, oh, you know, that's probably just, you know, some discharge. You know, like discharge can be normal. But nah, bro. Like I could tell by looking at it, it was a solid. Okay, thick cottage cheese like this. Oh, a yeast infection. That makes me feel so much better. Because when I tell you, I was so afraid, bro. Like in that moment, I was like, bro. I literally I felt horrible about it for like weeks afterwards. I was having nightmares about it, bro. But the thing about a yeast infection, still not ideal. But at the same time, I'm not as grossed out than this just being some mystery debris, you know, inside of her. Yeah, but basically I told her, I was like, hey, I can't do this. And she was like, why? I was like, I'm scared. I'm nervous. And she looked down on me for that, absolutely. But I'm like, little do you know, you have stuff in your lady parts. And a lot of people would say like, oh, you should have told her. No, I'm not telling her that, bro. Like that, you know what kind of conversation that is? Bro, she might take my life to silence me to make sure I don't tell people about it, which I wouldn't. I wouldn't tell people like by name, like, oh yeah, there was something in there. But like, You know what I mean? Bro, but I remember one time this girl, she got a yeast infection and she was telling me about it, right? And she was saying that she got it from the laundry because she was on a sports team and she was like, oh yeah, they do our laundry together. I think I got my yeast infection from that. I'm like, that doesn't really sound like that. But, you know, when people say BS to me, I kind of just let it flow in case unless I have like actual, like irrefutable, like, bow, you're wrong evidence, you know? And she told me that, but then later on she was like, oh yeah, but then like there's this guy where he put it in my butt. Basically, he went in the back door and then he put it in my lady parts without any sort of cleaning exchange. And I'm like, that sounds like it's more likely to give you a yeast infection. Actually, okay, not gonna lie, I have a very funny idea. Let me know what you guys would think of this. I wonder if I could make just random videos like how to avoid getting a yeast infection. Like, what would you think about that? Like, if I like, do you think I feel like that would be very humorous? Because I'm just thinking right now, but I'm like, what if I made random videos about like aspects of women's health, but I was like delivering facts. Like everything I was saying was factual. Like I feel like it would be funny because it would be like, what is he talking about? And then it would be an extra level of funny because it would be like, oh, but what he's saying is accurate. And then it would be an extra layer of funny because it would be like, why is he doing this? And in case you can't tell, a big part of like my comedic effect is why would he do this? You know what I mean? Like my whole big thing is like, where does this even come from? Like, where does this idea even spawn from? But let me know if you think that's a good idea. But anyways, Shorty recovered from a yeast infection. When I tell you, bro, when she recovered from that yeast infection, I found out exactly how, like, I was gonna say, I found out exactly how she got it, bro. I don't blame bro for giving her the yeast infection. Actually, I do. You shouldn't do that. That's nasty. Don't give people yeast infection. But when I tell you, bro, she was in my room. I was in there, and I was like, what? Like, dude, I was speechless. Like, literally, I was in there. The sound I just made, like the, like that's what I was doing. I was confused, bro. I had never been at that point in my life. At that point in time, I was like 17. She was sleeping with me while I was a minor, but it's okay though. You know what I mean? Because she's a woman. But you know what I mean? I was in there lost and confused. I was like, bro, no way. I was so upset. I was so upset
You
because
said,
I was just
but
like,
it's okay
I was completely
though.
stunned. That was the first time I had been. That was the first time. Wait, was it? I mean, other than losing my V card, that the vajayjay caught me lacking. And that was when I first got to college. And I remember I was like, bro, I got to get in the lab. I got to get in the lab because never again can I be caught lacking. I was completely lost in there. I was like, wow, why is this happening? Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, if you're that kind of guy too, like if you're not prepared, for the vag, you don't want to sleep with her on the first date either. You know what I mean? But anyways, the point was we're talking about Lucy's, and you know, again, completely fine to be a Lucy, but you know, if I feel like if you're gonna want, you know, to sleep with this man on the first encounter, you're gonna want something real grippy. Okay, you're really gonna want to be able to, you know, or do something in there that's so freaky that like he can't resist. Okay, and I'm gonna get to the point of like why you need to have a certain level of quality in order to get away with doing these things. The thing is, if you sleep with someone on the first encounter and it's whack, then you're like, okay, now I'm gonna nip this in the bud. Okay, this is gonna be over. Like I'm not really interested in this person anymore. But if they really rock your world, oh bro, you're gonna be hooked. Like bro, like if I'm in there and I'm like, bro, this is some goated vag. Even if beforehand I was like, okay, I'm not gonna take her too seriously, I have to take her seriously to get more of the goated vag. You know, and I'm sure it works the same way with meat. I remember my friend, he was sleeping with this girl, and like the first time they slept together, she was like, I have to gatekeep you. And nah, he has this move, bro. I need to, you know, I'm seeing my girl today. I'm gonna do this move today. Okay, don't tell her though. Basically, he had this move where he was giving her pipe, right? Like he was delivering it. And then mid pipe, he got out, right? And then started walking away. Like he started like strutting across the room. And she went and she dragged him back to the bed. Okay. So I'm like, yeah. So, but basically, and you know, happily ever after between, like legitimately,
That's
like
not
they're still
working.
together to this day. But imagine he gave lackluster pipe. She probably would be like, oh, he's just, he's just a guy who gives lackluster pipe. So you see my point. Like this advice that I'm giving, it's not for the bad pipers. Okay. It's not for the Lucy's. It's not for the miniatures, the shrimpies. It's for the big boys. Okay. Big boys. And what word do I want to say? And the grippy gals. The grippy gal. Oh my gosh, if I was a pimp, I would call all my prostitutes the grippy gals. Bro, that would go crazy. Now, here's the thing, I would never pimp because pimping is illegal and morally. Is it morally wrong? Okay, I feel like it's morally wrong if you abuse your prostitute. And I'm gonna tell you right now, if I was a pimp, I would never lay a hand on one of my whores. Like I would never do that, bro. Except a comforting hand. You know what I mean? Like they're like, oh, you know, my brother just passed away, and I'd be like, oh, you know, little side hug, you know, because again, I'm not getting too much into it with them because they're prostitutes, but I'm a little side hug, and I'd be like, hey, you can take some extra cut for the funeral and go to the funeral, take a break however long you want. You know what I mean? Like I would be the most ethical pimp. Now, you know, you guys already want to know what would my pimp outfit look like, okay? And I have something in mind, okay? It's from media, okay? But I promise I'm not copying. I'd make it my own. Zemos from Saints Row, great game series, okay? This, I mean, until the most recent drop. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. An outfit like this, okay? You see the tiger print, you see the purple. This, but I'd make it a bit more gay, a bit more homosexual, okay? It'd probably be something cropped underneath, you know, and then something low rising right here. So I'm really showing a lot of stuff, you know what I mean? And these would definitely be baggier pants than what he's wearing. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna have prostitutes, I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna let y'all be the only ones dressing revealing, okay? Like I'm also gonna have my little cunty outfits. But anyways, I'd be the best pimp in the world, okay? We would have team building exercises. We'd go skiing in Aspen once a year, me and my hoes. Like, is that not beautiful? And here's the thing: we wouldn't just go skiing, right? When we're in the cabin, we would all sit there, right? We'd all sit there. We'd sit there like around like a fire, you know, and then we just talk. We talk about how things were going for us. We could talk about work, or we could not talk about work. Okay, it's their decision. We maybe have like some sort of no, some sort of pouch. We call this the feelings pouch, and then I pass it around, right? And I'm like, hey, you know, I'm trying to think of a random woman's name. Trying to think of a random woman's name. Actually,
Vanilla
I shouldn't do
chocolate.
that. Because if my girl watches this back and I say a random name, she'll be like, where'd that name come from? So I just Googled women's names. Amelia. I'm like, yo, you know what, Amelia? It's your time with the feeling sack. And then, you know, she holds the sack, which again, this is the sack. And then she's like, you know, I've been feeling good lately, but, you know, sometimes I just wonder, you know, is there more for me out there than, you know, being a prostitute? And then I would look at her. I'd be like, hey, give me the sack. She'd give me the sack. I'd be like, there's as much as you want there to be. You know, if you want to spread your wings and fly, I completely understand. But just know you'll always have a home here. And I truly feel like the morale of my hoes would be up so much higher than other prostitutes because I would treat them in such a kind way. They would know that I have this protective vibe over them. And I love that. I would see them as almost like,
Bro?
I don't know how to explain it. I don't want to say like younger sisters, but like maybe like twin sisters. You know what I mean? Because obviously I wouldn't be sleeping with these prostitutes because that would be, I don't know, conflict of interest. I feel like I'd have an HR department. Okay, they could file complaints. You know, if there's beef between the prostitutes, we're gonna squash that. We're gonna squash that like right now. Because here at BRS and the Grippy Gals, trademarked, TM, copyright, we're a family. We're all one. We're a big, happy family. So yeah, you know, some things, there are gonna be little beefs out there, but we're gonna resolve it. You know, because there's so much love in. But between the grippies, like we ride for each other. You know what I mean? Like if something happened, we would all stand together, and we would protect one of the grippies. Okay, we all stand around her, like shield her from the damage that could be being caused. Okay, we are a family. We're united. God damn, like you don't understand how much those hypothetical women mean to me, bro. Like ever since I was a little kid, I always wanted to be a pimp, but then I found out being a pimp was illegal. Like, goddamn, bro. Like, why would they do that to me? Because I would be so good at it, bro. My dream. Imagine you have a dream and people tell you that you'll never be able to achieve it because it's illegal. I didn't know. I didn't know. I have nothing but kindness in my heart. And I think maybe sometimes I lash out with anger and hate because I know truly I'll never be able to be a pimp. I'll never be able to accomplish that dream. God damn. It hurts. It hurts every day. And I could sit here and I can say that I let it go and that I'm moving on, but bro, it's my dream. My dream. And there's no chance for me.
It's his
Because
dream.
not only is it illegal, but it's also frowned upon. They wouldn't know how I'm treating the grippy gals. And you know, there'd be plenty of opportunity to go global with the grippy gals because I know it'd be the most successful thing ever. The most the most successful pimping ever done. Okay?
Why
I
doesn't
would
he?
turn down the
Never
opportunity to
mind.
set up branches in different cities and different countries. You know why? Because I want to know each and every one of the grippy gals. I want to know about their upbringing. Okay? I don't know how things are for them, like where they live, like not in like a creepy, but where they live, you know, is it like okay? Is it nice? Like, do I need to take them out of poverty? You know, their boyfriends, do their boyfriends have feelings about them being prostitutes? Do their boyfriends know? Do they have any sort of stalkers that I need to take care of? You know, it's just, and again, that family appeal, you know, and I'd protect them. I'd protect them from the world, okay, while they were prostituting. And people don't get that, okay? See, because a lot of people who were prostitutes at some point in their life, they end up being messed up. You know, they end up getting messed up by the system because they had no one there to protect them. That would be me. I would step in. BRS and the Grippy Gals would be the best institution in the world, better than church. Like, there would be women who would aspire to be prostitutes just because of the life that I'm providing the Grippy Gals. You know, but again, of course, it's illegal. Like, no, I'll never be able to show you guys how good of a pimp I would actually be. And that breaks my heart. But anyways, yes, you should absolutely sleep with someone on the first date. Because if you're giving out the good stuff, all you will do is make that person like you more, make them more fond of you, which isn't that the goal of the first date, as long as you enjoyed it, right? But also, since I'm talking about this, I also have to talk about how certain people are viewed, you know, sleeping with people on the first date. You know, like how it's can seen negatively. Like, I've seen a lot of people be like, oh, like, I could never wife someone that I was able to sleep with on the first date. Why are you punishing a woman for liking you? Like, I've heard guys say things like, oh, I don't like that it was that easy. I had someone say to my face, like, cause I mentioned like sleeping with this girl. He's like, that didn't feel like too easy to you. And here's the thing. If you're that guy, it's always going to be too easy. Again, I've told you guys about the amount of celibacy, if that's even real, celibacy streaks that I've ended just by existing. Because I need you to understand something about me. Yes, I think you should sleep on the first date. But I'm not even trying to sleep with someone on the first date. Like, that's not like, yes, I'm like, okay, if it happens, great. But that's not something I'm like, okay, like I'm going to get them to sleep with me on this first date. It just happens. You just got to vibe sometimes. And then, you know, next thing you know, you're canoodling. But also, again, don't punish these people for liking you. Like, I don't understand, like, this whole being easy thing. Like, why do you want someone to be difficult? Like, some people think everything in life just needs to be a challenge. Like, oh, like, she slept with me on the first date, like, so easily. Like, what does that mean? What does it imply? What are you worried about? Like, anything you could possibly be worried about, in my opinion, skill issue. No, I think factually, skill issue. You know, like, you're worried about, like, oh, well, you know, what if that could mean she's a bop? Skill issue. That's a skill issue fear of you to have. And I'm not gonna lie, it's so crazy to me because in this is gonna be part of the moral of the story. It's crazy to me that like some of your minds go straight to, oh my gosh, like it was just that easy. She doesn't respect herself, instead of being like, yeah, I'm just that guy. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just, you know, like obviously she's gonna want to sleep with me. Because the thing is, some of them genuinely aren't easy. Some of them aren't easy. Which again, what's really the problem there? Again, it's a first date. Like, what do you think they? And I just don't know why you want like an active barrier against you. It's like, my thing is, you're worried about her being easy at a point where you don't really have skin in the game. You know what I mean? Because like you don't know like what those barriers are. Like, I've known women, bro. I've known women who like put out instantly, but the second me and them got to a certain emotional point in the relationship, they were completely locked in. You know, for better or for worse. Because a lot of times like I wouldn't want a relationship, and then they were just like kind of fiending for it, and I'm just like, it's not what I'm looking for right now. A lot of you put too much pressure into first date situations and also don't understand like kind of like what the vibes are. Also, sometimes a lot of these women aren't easy. Like, it is just you. Like, the amount of times where it's like, oh yeah, like I haven't slept with someone in 2 years, and then next thing you know, it's it's me, it's this guy, I'm in there. And I feel like some guys would hear that and be like, oh well, she's lying. For one, if she is lying, there's no way of finding out, because obviously clearly like she can just lie about that. But if she is lying, why would I tell myself that she's lying in order to like try to like hurt my own feelings? Like, if I'm getting a compliment, why am I like, oh well, that's not true? Like, if someone tells me, oh, you're the best lovemaking I've ever had, am I really gonna sit there and be like, no, I'm not? You know, like, why? Like, but people who can't take compliments are so crazy to me. Like, bro, I will take literally any compliment you give me. Like, bro, there have been so many women where I tell them stuff like, oh, like, you know, you're so beautiful, you're the prettiest, blah, 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 blah. And it'd be, how many other women have you said that to? And it's like, bro, take, it's a compliment. Like, take it. Like, grab it. You know, like, why are you questioning me to try to retroactively like make me think lesser of you? It makes no sense. Okay. So it's like when you're getting the compliment of someone sleeping with you on the first date, first encounter, bro, take it and run with it. Take the baton and sprint. And also, another thing, I feel like a lot of people don't see the sneaky link to dating pipeline as an actual thing. Like, there are plenty of times where I've just linked up with people. You know, we slept together, did our thing, and then at some point later on, they became valuable contenders. Because another thing about sleeping on the first day too is intentions can change. if you guys are both looking for something casual and you guys hook up or whatever, but then get to know each other and you're like, wait, I think I could really spend some serious time with this person, you're allowed to change your mind. And that's why I don't get about some of you who have problems with the whole, casual to serious pipeline of like, oh, I can't take her serious because me and her were so unserious for so long. That just doesn't make any sense. And I remember I made a video a while back about like people not owing you things, but it's like they really don't. Like, again, first date, you guys don't really know each other. You guys hook up. Or first link, you don't really know each other. You hook up and things are more casual, but then like a month or two later, you guys are like, wait, I think, are we in love? Oh my gosh. And then you guys want to lock in. Like, that's a perfectly fine thing to happen. And it's like, I'm trying to think of a scenario in which you actively wouldn't want someone to sleep with you on the first encounter, or at least for them to want to. You know what I mean? Like, do you really want to not be handsome enough? Like, do you want to not be beautiful enough for this person to want to, get in you? Because I'll tell you this right now. Any interaction I've had, right? Any romantic interaction, there's either sleeping with each other on the first encounter or something being said to make it clear that they wanted to sleep with me. Because, some people be like, oh, I want to sleep with you, but it's the first link. Like, that little game right there. And the thing is, it's like, I'm handsome, right? I get that, and I hope I'm talking to the attractives right now when I'm saying all this. And also, part of it is the way that I pursue dating by not pursuing. If someone's linking up with me, it's almost certain that they want the meat. Okay, now whether or not they're going to get it is up to them, how they behave, if they ask for it. But particularly, I don't over pursue, I don't chase, I'm not convincing a woman to like me by saying, hey, let me take you to this place. It's very much always, okay, there's heavy interest here. I'm heavily interested, or at least mediumly interested, because, sometimes a nigga just get bored at the end of the day. But it's like, they say something where it's like, oh man, like I would love to show you like this thing. Like, I don't know, like they have some show, like, oh, I want to show you this show, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, like I know. It's not a full move, but it's a move. Or sometimes they do just flat out like, hey, you want to go somewhere? Hey, you want to link up? And it's like the most I do, I throw out a half bone. We should hang out sometime. You know what I mean? And then their reaction to that tells me whether or not that's something I should continue in, not pressing, but continue acknowledging. Because if I'm like, hey, we should hang out sometime, and they're like, oh, well, when are you free? Boom, they want me. They want the meet. If I'm like, hey, we should hang out sometime, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's, there might be a little bit less interest there, and it's just not something that I would pursue until I got more aggressive attention. So it's like, at this point, when I'm linking up, they already want me, right? Like they already know that they want me. It's pretty much my job just to not mess it up, or sometimes, of course, like I said, people have rules where it's like, okay, I'm not going to sleep with someone on the first encounter for whatever reason. They have their reasons, again, reasons that I think are ridiculous, but actually not really. Because if you know that there are some men who aren't going to respect you after sleeping with you on the first link, and you don't want to sleep with them on the first link because you don't want to lose the respect of them, I understand why that's a thing. However, I feel like the kind of man who has that mindset isn't the kind of man you'd want in the first place. But I digress, okay? So it's like I link up with these women, see each other, and they see that like I'm even handsomer in real life, which I always love. And then there's either a moment where, things start to get hot and heavy, and then boom, we're going to sleep together, or they say something like, oh, you're so fine, I want to sleep with you, but like I can't, it's the first link, blah, blah, blah. Or something gets said like 3 links later where it's like, oh yeah, originally when we linked up, like I just wanted to sleep with you, but like you're actually like pretty cool, so now I want to like get to know you. It's like clockwork. Bro, you want to hear something crazy? It's kind of random. A little bit of background. When I'm in a big city, okay, I get glazed romantically. Okay, it's simply what happened. My girl just came, by the way, so I don't know how like dirty and nasty I'm gonna be able to be. So because yeah, like that's why I kind of like looked to the side after that last take, because like I heard the door open, I could just sense it was her, and then she came knocking. So she came in, and she's gone now. She's getting something out of her car. So yeah, so dirty and nastiness might be ceasing. Oh yeah, this is her jacket, by the way. She heard that. Never mind. I'm be really dirty and nasty. The thing is, I never came to that realization until I went to New York for the first time. The first time I went to New York, I was glazed romantically, like nobody's business. I had no idea that it was gonna be like that. Like, cause things I'm. Oh yeah, see, she finally left now, but she was in there hearing everything else. But anyways, like in my little Penn State bubble, I got work done. I handled business. But in New York, I was getting glazed like crazy. Like people coming up to me saying stuff. Even like the dates I went on, like the little like Tinder dates or whatever, or just like people like I know on social media I went on dates with, they were like all over me, like more than people in state college would be all over me. I'm just like, man, this is the move. But before this ever happened, I remember I was talking to this girl. Girl lived in LA. And she told me, she was like, Bryce, me and my friend were talking about it. It's good that you weren't in LA or that you don't live in LA, because someone absolutely would have snatched you up already. And I was like, oh, like I just took it as a compliment. But then when I went to like New York, I was like, oh. And then I went to LA last summer and I was like, dude, bro, LA last summer was crazy. Now, I wasn't able to engage in any shenanigans because I was dating this horrible woman at the time. But when I tell you the amount of people that were like on my stuff in LA was crazy. Like when I tell you they were not leaving me alone. I didn't even have my cornrows in, bro. If I had my cornrows in, bro, they'd be finished. That's how I know I'm meant for a bigger city. Not gonna lie to you. That's how I know like this state college stuff, this little college town I'm in, not for me. I am moving this summer. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, here, the difference is here, there are a lot of white people, which is okay, right? Like I'm absolutely okay with there being white people. Actually, why did I say that? I do wish I was in a more diverse area, but there's white people. So it's like, there's the chocolate chasers for sure, like snow bunnies, like people would say. But it's like, once you do enough work in that community, you don't want to be there anymore. Like you just don't. And it's like, so it's like a combination of like people who only are into white men and people who are only into black men, which both of which disgust me in different ways. And finding another minority, extremely difficult, okay? But when you're in a place like a bigger city where minorities are all over the place, bro, they see the vision, bro. And just in general, bro, because I'm a good looking guy. And that's why whenever I get into like a scandal and people say stuff about my hair and they're like, oh, that's how I know you're not dating a black woman because your hair looks like that, blah, blah, blah. When I tell you, bro, when I had Tinder and I was firing it up here in State College, I knew for a fact every time I saw a woman of color, if I swiped right, it was going in. Because that's simply how it was. Especially the thing about here is it's slim pickings for people of color in general, like I just stated to you. So it's like I'm such a rarity. I'm benefiting from being a rare sight. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely a city guy. Because bro, I always forget about LA. Because I was only in LA for a couple days. But I tell you, bro, I was like scared. I was scared they're gonna like tear my clothes off in the function. That was where that one girl, she invited me to that group thing. She was like, okay, it's gonna be 5 people, guys and girls. You seem like you're into that. And I was like, oh wow. But the thing is, in the function, I don't think I ever got told this part. In the function, she and her friend they were kind of like following me around to different places. And one day, like I'd be in like one like corner of the room or whatever, and then like some woman would walk up to me and be like, hey, like come with me over here. And I'd be like, okay. And I would just like come with them. And mind you, we would just be chat, but they would just like pick me. You know what I mean? Like they would just be like, hey, like come here. And they'd be like, come in this conversation right here. I'm like, wow. And they complimented me in ways that I like being complimented. Okay. Because the thing is, the whole you're handsome thing, like I'm a handsome guy. I get it. But it's like, when you say I'm handsome, like handsome compared to who? The other men? Nah. Like what kind of competition is that, okay? But these women, they're like, you're beautiful. And I'm like, thank you. See, that's what I need to hear. You're gorgeous. That's what I need to hear. And especially my gay outfits they go over so much better in New York and LA, as you can imagine. So yeah, get me out of this shithole. I hate it here. Hate State College, Pennsylvania. But anyways, my point is, bro, if men like you, they're going to want to sleep with you on the first link. Okay, if you're a desirable person, they're going to want that. Don't hold your desirability against them because it's not their fault, okay? You're just so irresistible that they need it. And yes, I'm sure some of them are just loosies, you know what I mean, who's going to give it up to anybody. But at the same time, sorry, bro, she gave me her bag, bro, and I've just been holding it the whole time. I don't know what to do with my hands. Some of them are loosies, yes, but at the same time, you can't go through life thinking everyone that gives it up to you on the first encounter is a Lucy, okay? Because genuinely, they're not all like that, right? But also in the sense, why are you doing that to yourself? Like, that's a harmful way of thinking for yourself. And also, another moral of the story, you need to have better self-thought, and you need to understand when, in certain contexts, talking down on someone else is talking down on yourself. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see it all the time, like, women, they break up with someone, and they're like, oh, like, this guy, he never cared about me. Oh, he never cared. And it's supposed to be like a diss towards him. But then you're like, oh, he never cared about you? Like that kind of reflects poorly on you as well. Like, why aren't you someone worth caring for? You know what I mean? And like, they'll say like, oh, all these gestures were like performative. So it's like, if you're saying like, oh, this person, they only busted it open for me because like they're just loose and they'll sleep with anybody, which is not always true, by the way, it becomes a problem at a point. It eventually gets to the point where you're dissing yourself, because why don't you see yourself as the chosen one? The same way when someone's like, oh, I can't bust it open for them because what if they lose respect for me? Then it's like, why are you telling yourself that you're not the chosen one to get past that stupid barrier? There are a lot of people out here that have these rules, okay, that they set for themselves, when in reality, it's more so just
Be somebody, bruh.
People will absolutely bend rules when they really like someone. That's the nature of really liking someone. So not only is that the reason that you shouldn't hold back from busting it open on the first date, but that's also why you shouldn't hold it against someone for busting it open on the first date. But yeah, that's about it. That's my point, okay? Hope you guys rock with it. Did you like it? Did you like the video? Did you? Did you? Yeah, she liked it. Yeah, you haven't even seen the video. She has no idea what's going on. But I don't know. But anyways, state of affairs. What's going on with me? You know, another daily post. I've been on the grind. I'm feeling very good.
Oh, that's good, buddy. Let's see if I can. Okay, I'll be. Hold up.
One of the most important things I can teach you is to keep your composure outwardly. Now, this doesn't mean your mindset has to be anything in particular where you're not like freaking out about something that you feel like is freaking out about, but at least keep that on the inside and don't let it reflect outside. I'll show you what I'm talking about. But before I get into it, self promo, I've been streaming every day on Twitch, Bryce_Estelle, and I also have a lives account. I'm going to put both in my description. So let's take a look see. Okay, what's going on here? Cooking with Kaya's boyfriend. Cooking with Kaya is an internet personality. Basically, her whole thing was cooking and then shaking her behind. Pandering to men, but not in like a super like bad problematic way. So yeah, you know, it's kind of her thing. But then she's dating some dude named Zay Braun. Dude, there's no way that's anyways. Breaks down on the timeline after watching someone slap his girlfriend's behind at the club during Kai Cenat's Stream University. Okay, apparently they all went to club and someone smacked her behind. Now, from what I gather, she was over there dancing. Actually, let me show you the clip. As a matter of fact, now mind you, this is muted, but like, okay, so basically this is her right here. Again, bro, please. Look, whoa, wait, was it here? I don't know. As you can see, stuff is going on here, back and forth. Either way, okay. My thing is, if look, I'm not trying to project my beliefs onto you, but I'm saying if your girl's at the function, right, and she's moving like that, she's shaking it regardless, bro, call it a day. Like there's no way, and I don't need to spoil her, but regardless of whether or not, you know, she's with her friends that are women or again doing it in such a crowded environment like this that seems to be multi-gendered, I don't think that's the kind of relationship you want to be in unless it's a non-monogamous relationship. Okay, you're also out there doing your own thing. Wait, and tell me why I low-key can't tell, bro. Was that bro on stream? Is this him? Can't be. Nah, that don't look like him. But anyways, like legitimately, like I know this video is about something else, but don't let your girl shake it at the function, bro. You're not even there. Come on. You know, it's very rare for me to like say boundaries like that are acceptable, but that's one of those things, bro. It's truthfully about respect. Okay, now I'm gonna have to get big on you. I'm gonna have to get big on you to talk about it. Okay, that's like really genuinely a respect thing. Because what do you mean? Again, like even if it's like a straight woman who, again, a straight woman who wants to shake her behind on a woman doesn't sound very straight to me. That act is way too close to outright just having relations for something like that to be okay. You know what I'm saying? Because like imagine you went to the club, you're catching ass, that would be an issue, right? Like you're catching it, it's being thrown back on you. I feel like regardless of gender, that would be a problem for your part. So why would you accept that? And I understand that's one of those things that's been normalized now, but I promise you there are normal people who are not on that type of timing. Like other than that one girl who used to call me her dad's name and me and her never entered a monogamous relationship, I've never talked to anybody for a long period of time who was into doing stuff like that. There are some people who did that kind of stuff when they were single, but they acknowledge, like, you know, like threw it back on like their girlfriends or whatever, but then they acknowledge like in a relationship that would be disrespectful, so they stopped. And it's not even like a conversation that I had to have. Like I feel like if you have to have that conversation with her, it's already
You're
over.
cooked.
There are certain conversations in relationships, and you know it's not just a man woman thing, but like in general, if you even have to like say, hey, you shouldn't be doing this, then it's already too late. I mean, like if there's somebody in their phone that's like clearly like flirting with them and it's like obvious that they know like, hey, you can't talk to these people, like you shouldn't have to tell them that. If you have to, it's already cooked, it's already wrapped. And I'm not gonna lie, think about cooking with Kai. Again, like I said, I have nothing against cooking with Kai, but I'm saying as far as being a boyfriend, bro, I don't know if I'd be okay with her content for real. Not to say that I would like try to control her. I wouldn't engage. Like I wouldn't waste her time, you know? Because in my opinion, it's like having an OF but worse. Okay? Because she doesn't have an OF, okay? She doesn't have one of those links. But my thing, I feel like there are very, let me say, tasteful ways to run an OF. Okay, just people, you know, who they go there, you know, they post what they post, and then they call it a day. You know, maybe promote it. Like it's what they do. But her videos, if you haven't seen them, it's like, oh, you better cook for your man before I do. I'm gonna take them, and it's like, bro, like you have a man. And plus, it's like you're not even directly getting money for the shaking ass. Like if you had an OF, right, and then like you post shaking ass videos on there, that's one thing because you're directly getting money for people to view that. But it's like you're kind of just like shaking the ass first. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you're shaking the ass first. No direct money, but like yes, you get like views and like followers and stuff from that. Like it's not like a direct enough equation. I remember me and this girl had a conversation about it. Now again, me and this girl are non-monogamous, but basically she was like shaking it on a platform, and I was like, I don't think you need to be doing all that. Again, not in a controlling way, but I'm just like, hey man, like I'm telling you right now, if we were monogamous, I wouldn't be comfortable with that because that was the point we were heading towards, you know. And she was basically like, oh, like that's how I get like basically she was saying that's how she gets clouded up, that's how she gets her clientele. I'm like, okay, but it's different from a situation where it's like you're directly getting money for doing it in a situation where you're like, oh, this could get me money. Like, it's not even a guarantee. Like, oh, if I shake ass right, the right person, they might see it and I could have my big break. Like, like, bro, like, you see how ridiculous that sounds, like, when you say it out loud. And the reason I'm going into this much detail, bro, is I need y'all to know, like, I'm strict, but I'm not strict. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very, like, in a lot of ways, like, men would be like, oh man, like, I'm kind of like loose as far as like what I'd accept in a relationship. Like, obviously I don't care what like women like post or anything like that. You know, when I say post, I mean as far as like risque images for the sake of like risque images, you know, like you're in a bikini or whatever. But shaking ass, telling women that you're gonna steal their man, that's different. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's content. Like, that's not like just like posting yourself. Because the thing is, even me, like, my content, like when I was single, was a lot of like, hey man, the roster, got the roster, da 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 da. Like, imagine I get into a relationship and my content is still, man, I got all the hoes. You know, like, it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't feel right to me. And my thing is, if something doesn't feel right to me, why would I accept it from somebody else? Because people ask me all the time, they're like, oh, like, how's your girl feel about you talking about like your past situations? I'm like, bro, I could be doing way worse. Like, for one, that's how I make my money. That's how I make my bread. And two, I could be saying things that were actually like very disrespectful. Like, you know, if I say things like, oh, bro, you should have seen this girl's titties, bro, you should have seen them bounce, that would be a bit crazy. But I always try to talk about it tastefully, okay? And there are tasteful ways to, you know, make any sort of content, to be real with you. And, you know, not gonna lie, bro, the problem with this isn't even the content itself, right? I kind of misspoke earlier and like misspoke for like a very long time. The problem isn't that that's her content. If this was if that was her content, right, and she just had this like secret boyfriend, right, like he was just like not really like secret, but they just weren't in the public eye, I feel like that would be completely different. But where I find issue is, apparently people know about bro, right? People know like he's her man, all that jazz, and she's out here doing this. You know what I mean? Like, that's completely a different kind of thing. Because it's like, I get it, you know, you have content, you got to put on like the character of like, oh, yep, I'm gonna take your man, girl. So like, I just have to keep doing that. But it's like, bro, then don't go public with bro. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that puts bro in an awkward position. Because as far as posting, like, again, I feel like post whatever you want, but it gets a problem when it's like people can kind of tie that disrespect to him. Like, oh man, you're saying
New
that
video.
when this dude's in the picture, like, you know, you
I
don't
have
want to be
to
doing
pop.
that. But something regardless, I think nobody should be okay with is the shaking ass in the club. Like, bro, like, put that ass away. You know, now different strokes for different folks, but like, nah, bro. If I'm dating straight, bro, put that, like, and I'm gonna tell you what, again, I'm gonna tell you what I would have done in this situation, bro. Okay, now we're scrolling. I hope there's nothing inappropriate through here. Oh my gosh, I want to say it. Oh my gosh, that scared me. Okay, where did I find? Where's the video at? What are we doing here, man? The video was like right down here. Okay. Oh my gosh, the Travis Hunter. Okay, now I'm just gonna scroll up slowly to make sure I didn't miss anything that was like super like against everything. Oh, okay. So this was the clip right here, right? If I see this clip and I'm bro, his name's Zay. If I'm Zay and I see this clip, I'm already out. I'm done, bro. And I don't even know if that means like I'm gonna say what I have to say. Definitely not say it publicly, which we'll get to that later.
You could
But
say he
basically,
lost his
I'm out, bro.
ball.
She would be blocked before the time she got home. And no, that's not, you know, being some fake tough guy, anything like that. I'll be crushed emotionally, right? If Shawty did me like that. But you just gotta leave the situation, bro. Because there's, again, at that point, there's some conversations where it's like you can't even have. Like, why should I have to tell you that you shouldn't be shaking ass on people at a club? You know what I mean? And like some dude like smacks again, like you're lending yourself, and that's the problem with this whole thing. It's like you're shaking ass at the club. You are lending yourself for not only men to think you're available, but for men to want to come up and touch on you because you're at the club doing that. Because when you're at the club, bro, it's like it's a mating ground. Now, mind you, you can navigate the club without, you know, interacting with any of that. But if you start doing your mating call, your mating dance, which is, you can't see me, I'm shaking ass right now, shaking ass in the club, then they're going to come up to you as if you're mating. And it's like, we know that. We all know that. Like, none of you are stupid, right? So it's like, if you see someone in that situation, put you in that situation, it's already too late. There's no conversation to be had. Oh, I thought I paused. But anyways, let's look at what bro said. Okay, now this is the sad part, because I saw this before. This dude James said, "Cooking with Kai definitely has a man, and he might just be some 6'6", 240 muscular billionaire." I don't know what build bro has, because ain't no way nobody ain't hop on that. She be in her dorm chilling by herself. Everyone too focused on the same wants, not enough focused on needs. I don't know what bro was talking about near the end there, but yeah, basically they're like, "Oh man, she must have a man because no one's approaching her." For one, That shit not stopping anybody. Unless she's like, hey man, don't approach me. Man, the concept of Zabron James would not stop anybody. Because again, I already taught y'all the method. Okay, she's like, I have a man. Where's he at? You know, see, and bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. If you're the type to shake ass at the club like that, and I hit you with the where's your man, it's undefeated method. Like, bro, hold on. I gotta get big on you guys again. I gotta get big on you, bro. Young lady, shaking ass in the club. Young lady, shaking ass in the club, making it shake. Okay, she bouncing up and down. You walk up to her. You don't even have to. I'm not saying you don't. Again, like don't smack anything without consent, bro. But you get there, you know. You see her and you're like, hey, like what's up? She's like, oh, I have a man. Where's he at? I'm telling you that's working. I'm telling you because you're not shaking ass at the club unless you're ready. Unless you're ready for that night something to go down. Dude, I'll explain. Oh my gosh, I thought I paused. Okay, but let me explain. Okay, now I don't need to pause. I have knowledge, right? I have knowledge of things. Oh my gosh, hair. I have knowledge. And a lot of that knowledge is concealed. You know, I haven't been able to unleash that knowledge because I'm in a relationship, not in a regretful way, like, oh no, like I can't do this because I'm in a relationship. Not that I want to take advantage of that, but it's just like when I see moments, bro, where a lot of people, they wouldn't know when to strike and I would know when to strike. Oh boy. It's like being a retired NBA player, bro, and you see someone miss a layup. And mind you, I was never a guy with a bunch of game. I was never like, oh, like, hey, what? Like, I'm not spitting game. I'm not. But when I tell you that line, where's he at, works 100% of the time, and I'm telling you from experience, bro, she would have been gone. Maybe not by me. Again, not saying she had to be attracted to me, but if the right dude came up to her and hit her with the where's he at, she's gone. Like, I'm telling you right now. And look, I'm not gonna go back to the clip, but I'm saying you're not moving it like that. And when I say moving it like that, again, I'm not talking about the quality of the move. I'm saying moving it like that as far as like you're moving it with that much effort, that much persistence. You are not doing that unless you're ready. Unless part of you inside is looking for something you haven't felt in a very long time. I know it. I know these things. Okay, you guys have to trust me. Like, y'all have to trust me, bro. Look, I remember I used to be in the functions. Right? Bro, let me get big on y'all again, bro. Y'all, I'm sorry, I can't get low yet. Let me get big on y'all. I remember I used to be in the functions, right? And I'd be with my friend, right? He's my roommate at the time. And we'd see the way someone was moving. Literally, bro, in the middle of the, be like, she wants to go home with somebody. It's been a minute for her. I remember one time me and this dude, bro, we were at the function, right? Basically, this girl, she was standing up on a table next to us, dancing the night away. Okay, I look over like this. I see it. Okay, I see it. And then for next to me, we were talking about it. We're like, hey, man, we want to. Like we wanted to interact with her at the time. But I was like, wait, bro. She's not ready. Give her another week. Waited till next week. Saw that same. Now, because State College is a small place, bro. You be seeing the same people. Next week, bro caught her at the function. Bagged her. Took her home. That's the kind of field knowledge I have. Now, again, I'm not the most talented player. I don't have game. Okay, I'm not a game guy. You know, not super charismatic. But I'm telling you right now, bro, I can sense when someone wants to make shit shake. And if you're arching like that in the club, if your torso is parallel to the floor, you want to make something happen. You want to get it done that night. I don't care if your man's 6 minutes away, bro. You forgot all about him. You forgot. Time means nothing to you. All you know is what you want right now. What you want right now, torso parallel to the floor. That's what you want in multiple contexts. Right now, you're just shaking it. Next thing you know, you're in another room, scantily clad. Clothes off. Something inside of you. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Okay. Anyways, back to the task at hand. Let me get a little on you. Bet. Let's go. So here's what I said. Okay. So yeah, basically they're like, oh, yep, she definitely has a man. And then he said, taking that to the chin, good to run, 100% Zatron back. Boo. See, I'm gonna tell you this right now. You posting this is crazy. But poor guy. And look, I feel bad for bro. Like this, like I'm not. This is not me shitting on bro whatsoever. But what you do not do is you do not make this tweet an original tweet. Okay, if you're gonna respond, if you're gonna say something, respond to the situation, respond to someone adding you, tagging you in something, or asking you directly what's going on, and then just say something like taking that to the chin, something like that, or good run, 100 emoji. Zaytron's back. This is corny, bro. People don't want to hear this. Okay, again, like you can think that to yourself, like that's a good thought to have, but like people don't want to hear this. Like if you hear this, bro, people are like, oh man, oh bro, he's crushed. But good run, that's solid. Taking that to the chin, decent. Okay, even though I wish he would spell THAT instead of DAT. Like it's not that much more work. But then he keeps going. He says, damn, I'm in the hotel waiting for my B word, and she at the club 6 minutes away from me getting her A word slapped live in front of 50K people. Cloud a dangerous drug. Never trust no B word, y'all. Learn from me. And look, this is something I'm gonna say, but don't take it the wrong way. Again, I have nothing against cooking with Kaya, but you're gonna say never trust no B word when the B word in question that you were trusting was cooking with Kaya, someone whose entire content revolves around shaking ass for men, being like, ooh. The thing is, again, I told y'all, I would not be against being with someone who had an OF hypothetically, but if they ended up like doing some like shady stuff. Which, mind you, this is not the worst that she could have done. Like again, she didn't get piped out there on the floor, but again, who's to say? Anyway, she's not getting piped out there on the floor. But my point is, bro, if I cuff up some ass shaker, and then she starts shaking ass, and then like another man gets involved with that, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you can't trust a B word ever. You can't trust any woman, bro. If I can't trust this ass shaker, who can I trust? Dude, you picked like the one of the least trustworthy options. Like, bro, I hate dudes like that. Bro, you're literally, bro, this is what we complain about with women too, bro. It's like you pick the worst of you pick someone where even before you started dating, you were like, I don't know. Ooh, she shakes ass for men on the internet. Let me get some of that. And then when she shakes ass for men in real life, you're shocked by that. You're taken aback. Oh, I can't trust a woman. Now some amazing woman's gonna come into bro's life, and he's gonna be like, I can't do it. I can't trust. And it's like, bro, dude, you look, bro. If you think someone's like completely like, like loyal, good to you, all that kind of stuff, and beforehand they showed no signs that would make you think you had to be worried, and then something like this happened, I could understand you having more of a can't trust anyone mentality, even though that's silly. Okay, there are plenty of good people out there, man, woman, non-binary, right? But you picking an ass shaker, and like, bro, you could have picked anyone. There are 7 billion people on the planet, at least 3 billion women, and you picked an ass shaker. And now she shook some ass. Whoop-de-doo. Surprise, surprise. And you're like, oh, man. If I can't trust... if I can't trust cooking with Kaya to not shake ass, who can I trust? Just ridiculous, bro. Ridiculous. See, this was not the Keke Palmer Usher situation was actually crazy. Because the thing is, no one knew Keke Palmer was on that. At least I didn't. Okay, anyways. Next tweet. F Streamer University, I just lost my ball. See, now, if this was his only tweet, that would have been funny. Because I'm not gonna lie, it's a running joke with Streamer University referring to women as balls, which is that a little bit misogynistic? I don't know. I could see someone making the argument, but I could also see someone making the argument for the fact that women could also call men balls if they wanted to. A ball could simply be a love interest. But anyways, it's like, see, like this is a little joke right here, but the fact that you made 3 posts about it, yikes, man. Yikes. Wait, hold up. Let's see what he's been doing lately. Okay, he said, time to lock it. Bro, I don't like how he spells. Time to lock the F in. Zabron is back, bro. Come on now. Come on. Anyways, though, that's not the end of it, okay? Cooking with Kai actually has an explanation for what happened.
We for the people who don't know, all right, y'all. So basically, for the people who don't know, we had a party, like we all went to like the club. Basically, I was dancing with the girls. Supposedly, he touched me, and I had no idea. Like he touched me without me even seeing. So I was unaware of that until the chat started saying like his name, and I didn't know who he was at first, but he did just come up to me. He apologized if he did do it, which I'm not denying that he did because I've seen like a clip or whatever, but he apologized for it. No, y'all, don't not start saying assault. Don't start saying that, y'all. Don't say.
That's nice. See, that's a nice touch. Like obviously this situation is kind of like shiesty, but that's a nice touch. Good for her.
Don't say that. But he did apologize. He wanted to apologize on stream. He wanted to apologize to my chat for that. Cause yeah, like I said, he said
a lot of stuttering, wait, did she do this live? She should not have done this live. If she did do it live.
He was drunk. I didn't know that he was like I said, I was with girls. I was with girls. I was with.
See, again, that's why it doesn't fucking matter. Because you know, oh, I was with girls. You know who girls are around in the club? Men, guys, boys. Like that's why, like, I'll just never understand. Like, oh man, I'm doing it with women. Like again, men see a bunch of women together. Do you know what women? You know what men are gonna do? They're gonna pursue the women. Like what are we talking about? Like that's literally the club. It's like you see a bunch of baddies, single men are gonna pull up. It's very simple.
A group of girls. It was on. I was streaming the whole time. I was with a group of girls. So supposedly.
See how that's being used as like a shield. Like, oh, I was with other women. I was with other women. It's like, if you take that away, like, hey, bro, you shouldn't be shaking ass on anybody to begin with. Boom, shield gone.
When he did that, he said he was like drunk or whatever. But like I said, he apologized. That's the end of it.
No. Yeah, bro. dude, there was no excuse in there, bro. Because again, it's not the fact of whether or not they were in their right mind. She was probably sauce. Bro who did it was probably sauce. It's the fact that the opportunity lended itself to happen. Now, if she was just standing in the club, some dude came up, grabbed her, obviously different story. But this was a situation where you're shaking ass, and then a man came up, touched you. Now, mind you, again, I still don't think men should go around like touching women, like regardless of like whether or not they're shaking ass in the club. But everyone would have to admit, shaking ass in the club lends itself to the opportunity for men to do stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it's not to deflect blame away from the dude who did it without, allegedly did it without like explicit consent. But why are you shaking ass in the club and you got a man? Shit just don't make sense, bro. And it's different, she's clouded up, like she's got a lot of like fame on her. So oftentimes those relationship dynamics are different, but it's like clearly bro was not okay with that shit, man. But his problem was he didn't keep it P. He could have even said something to imply that he was doing shady stuff on the low, but he didn't. He was just like, oh no, don't trust women. My heart's broken. And it's not a good idea, dog. Like in those situations, you gotta stay calm. Like, yeah, bro, sure, you're gonna want to tweet something. You're gonna want people to know what you're feeling, but no. No, it's just a horrible idea. Now, again, the things that I'm saying, that might not be your mindset. The mindset of, okay, bro, she gotta get out the picture immediately for something like that. That might not be where you are mentally or who you are mentally. But that doesn't mean everyone has to know that you're gutted about this situation. That doesn't mean you have to let the internet know, oh my gosh, I'm gutted, bro. Ah, man, this happened to me. Oh, I'm gonna make 3 tweets about it. Like, you could make 1 tweet about it, call it a day. And again, it's a situation most people are never in, right? Because most people, your girl isn't publicly, doing this to you. So that's not really something you have to worry about. But again, even in your personal life, like, people come to you, oh, bro, your girl's doing this, your girl's doing that. I remember that shit used to happen to me in high school. You just gotta keep it P, keep it player. Because I'm telling you this, you like, yes, him, like her shaking ass on bro, or her shaking ass, bro smacking it, whatever. Not good. Not a good look for her man. However, if he were to post something like, oh man, nah, she's cut, and she was gone, and he never spoke to her again, who's going to say anything about it? Because the thing is, if you get done dirty, you get done dirty, right? It happens to all of us. It's happened at some point to each and every person, unless, I don't know, you could have gotten lucky. But you know who people respect? Like, I feel like people were like, oh, you get done dirty, you get like people like lose respect for you. I'll tell you who people do lose respect for. You get done dirty, and for one, you're either crashing out about it publicly, or 2, you're still in that same situation that you got done dirty in. So if you publicly say, oh man, did me dirty, you're cut, people will respect you for that. Like, he cuts her off, actually stops talking to her, it's fine. Doesn't do extra stuff on social media to try to either prove something to her or like make it seem like his life is just like so good without her. Just cut her from the roster and keep on keeping on, bro. And then do your own shit. Because the thing is, and people be asking me how to get over breakups, which is going to be its own individual video at some point. But it's like, if you just keep doing the same things that you were doing before, people are like, oh man, it's not really affecting bro for real. Or it's not really affecting her for real. Because she's just doing everything that she used to do. There's no crashing out. Bro, you know who be crashing? Offset, bro. There's no like, oh man, I'm be around a bunch of women, like shaking ass. I'm gonna get like all these hoes on me. I'm gonna take these pics with a bunch of women. Just to make someone like feel some type of way. Ooh, like I'm gonna take pics with these men to make this man feel some type of way. I'm gonna take a picture in a hotel or take a picture in the passenger seat of a car and make it clear that I'm with a man. Like, nah, bro, just do what you do. And also the thing is, bro, if you want to activate a roster, something like that after a breakup, and they see you're out here still trying to make your ex jealous, that's gonna push a lot of people away, bro. Like, and the thing is, I say that from experience as being like someone I'm talking to a woman, she's still in the try to make my ex jealous era. Like, yeah, like you can like whoever, but it's like you're still trying to prove something to your ex. You know what I mean? Like that's not the situation you want to be in, or anyone wants to be in, if we're being completely real. But I remember, bro, there was the time period between my ex, between my ex and then me getting with my girl. Literally, you know, I downloaded dating apps, I was hitting people up, and then like I was talking, and then like they were like, "Oh, like, weren't you in a relationship?" I was like, "Yeah, I got out of it like relatively recently," but like everything was cool because I wasn't tweaking about it. I wasn't publicly doing anything. I didn't like post like the unlocked emoji. I wasn't posting like a bunch of like selfies for attention so people would slide up. It was clear that I was not only over the situation, but I was also over the person, right? So there was never any worry there when I was in those shenanigans. Again, bro, moral of the story, keep it P. Keep it P. And I'm glad I got to go
On
into all this other
God.
like little dating
Hopefully.
minutia about like women like again, I mean like, you know, shaking ass, like the how that is, like shaking ass on women, like she's cheating on you, bro. If she's shaking ass on other women, she's cheating on you. Like that's literally by definition cheating, right? So I'm glad I got to go into that, but yeah, you know, more again, keep it P, keep it calm. No need to post that shit. And thing is, you sure probably gonna feel like it's the end of the world. It's not. It's not, bro. If you got one, you can get another. Unless you know for a fact that you're lucky to be with that person because you're so chopped. But most of the time, bro, if you can get one of whatever you got, you can get another quite easily. That's another moral of the story. But anyways, that's the video. I think this might be the first video I got out on time in a while. I woke up early today. I'm super happy about it. But anyways, state of affairs. Again, streaming every day. You know, posting my videos every day. I don't know what I'm gonna call this video, but I hope the title is like funny. But yeah, bro, that's about it. Yeah, again, thank you so much for watching, bro. Now let me a little bit more state affairs, bro. I'm looking at the money I got coming in this month, and I want y'all to know I appreciate y'all so much. Like, I can't say it's an amount of money I never thought I'd see, because obviously I always envision myself seeing the most money, but like physically seeing the money, like physically like looking in my accounts, being like, oh, that's what's about to come in. It's a crazy experience. Because I remember, bro, like years ago, like I'd be bringing in like a band, and I'd be like, yes, let's go, band just hit. Like, you know, like that was my shit, and now it's like blowing that shit out the water, like astronomical. Like if I told that past self how much money like I'm making right now, they would literally pass out. Like how much I'm making monthly, oh my god, please. But again, I literally could not do any of it without you, and I mean that, bro. And I remember I used to watch creators. I always say that. I used to watch creators, and they used to say stuff like that. I'd be like, bro, like, yeah, I'm like, oh, that's nice, but they're just talking. No, bro, you don't understand. Y'all really did change and save my life in multiple ways, and that's why, like, you know, I want to do everything I can to continue to make content for you, to make quality content for you, and to begin to elevate that content. You know, that's why I'm so excited about the move to LA. Hoping, I thought I paused there. Hoping, hoping, you know, it opens doors for some new opportunities. You know, giving me new ideas. You know, new creative endeavors. Shit means a lot, bro. Like y'all don't understand. And the thing is, I'm explaining to you right now, and you might be like, okay, bro, like we get it. No, you don't. You don't get it, bro. I really appreciate you. But anyways, thank you for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, everything I have to say. I'm so sorry, and I love you, bro. I love you, man. Yeah. Have a great day, night, evening, morning. I'm scrolling through Tinder. What? What I'm talking to you today, the phrase, it wasn't invented by me, okay? However, it's a notion that I've pushed multiple times on this app. Some women cannot handle a male baddie. Now, I know some of you watching are gonna sit there and pretend to be confused as if you don't know what a male baddie is, and I will humor you for a sentence and a half, okay? A male baddie is a man who is attractive and confident, okay? The same way or a similar way that women who are attractive and confident are usually considered baddie. Sometimes the confidence part isn't even important here, but when I say that, like, you'll see what I mean, okay, as I continue. And what does it mean to not be able to handle a baddie, okay? To struggle with it, to have issues with the concept of what this person is doing. Now, personally, I've never been the biggest on attributing being a baddie to certain character traits or certain actions, but I can humor that for the duration of this discussion, okay? Because it's simpler to talk about this. But again, an example of someone not being able to handle a baddie in the media, as people talk about, would be, you know, young lady, she posts a picture of her in a bikini. She went to the beach with some friends and was like, hey, like, this is a picture of me. And her boyfriend doesn't like that at all. It's like, oh my gosh, these people, they're going to look at you. They're going to see. Do you want attention from all these guys? Is that what you want? Blah, blah, blah. See, that's completely floundering, not being able to handle a baddie, as the internet would call it. And this comes to posting any sort of thirst trap, okay? And, you know, the men who have a problem with that, they're often called insecure, which is a statement I agree with, by the way. Like, if you're concerned about the fact that other men are going to find your girl attractive, like, I don't know if there's much hope for you. Like if you're dating someone attractive, you're gonna have to expect that. And I know, and then there are people who are like, oh, but like putting yourself out there, like trying to show it off. It's like, bro, any individual person has any right to show off the goods that they got. Okay, they've worked hard for that body, or have just completely lucked into the body. They should be able, it's their body, dog. Anyways, my point is there are a lot of women that are very quick to throw around like, oh, you know, these men are insecure. Like what? How could they not understand? Like she just make it's just a post. But some, not all. Okay, I'm very big on some for this video. Some of them actually would not be able to handle it if the shoe was on the other foot. But the thing is, the shoe is so rarely on the other foot in that kind of situation, they can't even try to empathize. Because I want you to think about the perception of men's bodies versus women's bodies. About 60%, and this is me lowballing, 60% of women's body types are deemed as attractive in some way to people who aren't incels, right? At least to a group of people, right? Like, oh my gosh, you're skinny. Oh my gosh, you're thick. Oh my gosh, you're something in the middle. Like no matter what, right? Like most of the time, people are fine with how women look, excluding the incel community, obviously. Okay, but now think about male body. Now, mind you, are there women who lie and say they like dad bods? Yeah, of course there are. And I understand there are genuine chubby chasers. Okay, but think about women's bodies and the approval that they get. It's usually universal. It's usually universally lauded for being built however they're built most of the time. However, even if women are fiending for a particular kind of dad bod, it is a small subsect of women that are like, oh my gosh, I like that, genuine. And every other man and every other woman is like, ew, gross. Why is he built like that? As a man, if you don't have a six-pack or some form of abs, do you even deserve to be alive? I'm joking, of course you do. I'm saying societally, I feel like that's what the pressure is. You know what I mean? Like a woman can never go to the gym a day in her life and still be seen as having like a banging body, right? And I feel like that's the case for a lot of the bodies that people consider bang. And there are some men who are blessed genetically too, but most men to have like a great body, to have like a thirst trap type body for men, are going to have to go to the gym. They're going to have to work for it. So it's like, again, like roughly 60% of women's bodies versus like the top 10 to 5% of men's bodies, like that's being deemed as like, oh my gosh, like thirst. Like, oh, I'm clenching my teeth looking at this picture. And the thing is, even if this isn't something we say out loud, most of us know it, right? Like most men, if they look in the mirror and they don't see a six pack, it's like, okay, I'm not gonna like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not just going to walk around all douchey with my shirt off because I don't really have like much going on. And due to that, men are less likely to post things like shirtless thirst traps, you know? Like, they're less likely to be as eager to post beach pictures in such a manner. And oftentimes when they do, it's just, it doesn't have any effect because again, they don't have that banging body. You know, as a matter of fact, let me show you what I'm talking about because y'all gonna think I'm body shaming. Okay, these two pictures right here, my most recent, okay? Got a little fat, okay? I'm a big fat fatty and I don't deserve food and I should never eat again. Like, this is like a normal build though, in all reality, okay? Like there's like some abdomen there, just in the fact that it exists. Like I don't have like a gut poking out. On these posts right here, okay, I got the same amount of like thirst slides,
Now that fit
thirst,
on the
like,
right.
people in my DMs as I do like anytime I post a picture. Because these aren't inherently alluring. Because again, I have no abs here, I have no abs here. Now imagine if you saw a little bit of pack action here, a little bit of pack action here, completely different vibe. And that's why when you scroll down and you go to something like this, even though this, I'm not super sold on it, okay? Like, it's not like, I'm not like, oh my gosh, this is the picture. Like, as far as like, oh my gosh, this is like the body that like I need everyone to see. But like this right here, like significantly, I mean, partially because obviously more of my body is showing, but you know what I mean? Like this got more attention than these two, right? And it simply makes sense. Even though if you look at my face in this, my face actually looks like horrendous. You know what I mean? Like I feel like if you saw your girl like this picture, or I'm not gonna lie. See, this is why I'm on the women's side with the whole liking pictures thing. But okay, say you see your girl like one of these pictures. Okay, you can be like, okay, that's kind of just innocuous. Like maybe she was scrolling. I feel like if you see Shawty like this picture, you're like, okay, let me talk to her. And look, I could just be projecting because I know I would. Okay, if I see some man with his fucking shit out like this and you're liking it, like nah, like we're gonna have a little talk, a little chit chat about what's going on, but let me get big on you, okay? But you see my point though. And again, even in that good picture, I don't think I'm in the greatest shape, so I promise I'm not even like glazing myself like that. But most men are not, again, I'm gonna get a little on you again. Most men aren't working with this, you know what I mean? Like most men probably are dealing with something more similar to this, just like the vast majority of men. So when women have boyfriends, most of the time there is not more pressure in like a picture like this than a picture like this. You know what I mean? The picture on the left here. Like there's an element of like, oh my gosh, like, you know, my boyfriend, like he looks how he looks. Like I find him attractive, assuming that they do find that man attractive. But there's an element with this where it's like, okay, now he's showing something a bit more risque. Okay, things are being put on display. Like I'm not gonna, okay, another perfect example, a perfect analogy. My mom, my, I'm so sorry. My mom can like show like these kinds of pictures to her friends, right? And it's like whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, she can't friends, right? My mom, my, I'm so sorry. My mom can like show like these kinds of pictures to her friends, right? And it's like whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, she can't show she has she showed this to her friends and her friends tell her to not show her that picture. You know why? Because it gets them a little wet. Oh my god, I didn't think I was gonna say wet. I thought I was gonna use a euphemism, but nah, it gets them a little wet. I'm just completely honest about that. I'm keeping it a buck with you. I mean, like they gotta avert their eyes, bro, because I be turning it to the I'm trying to think of a type of body of water that's not also disgusting. Anyways, again, I mean that with no glaze. I think I kind of look a little fat in that picture anyway. But my point is, most women, when they're dating someone, aren't gonna have to deal with a picture like that coming out ever. You know what I mean? Like a picture where it's like, oh my gosh, this is kind of a bit like a guy like posting a picture where it's like, oh, this is a bit risque. So they don't know actually how much something like that would bother them if they had to deal with it. And again, like, you know, the age-old meme where it's like, oh, you got your haircut, like go straight home. Like what you doing walking out around about with your haircut? Like, yeah, that's kind of a joke. But also there's an element where some of these women are serious. You know what I mean? I remember when I got my cornrows, like this girl I was dating at the time, like she was literally like kind of freaking out about it. Like she was trying to I'm so serious. She was like trying to get like where my location was constantly. Like she had my location, but she's like, "Oh my gosh, where are you going? Like what? Like why aren't you going home?" Just after I got my hair. So it's like there is a precedent on both sides of like, "Oh my gosh, you know, my partner, my girl, my guy is looking good." I mean, I kind of don't want other people to see this. I want this all to myself. But it's much more overstated when it comes to men experiencing those emotions because they are put in that position more frequently due to the commodification of women's beauty. Again, it's much more like, again, people talk about beauty standards, which is kind of crazy, but it is much more easy for a woman to be found attractive or sexy or desirable in some way physically, just purely physical, than it is a man. Now, mind you, don't get it twisted. Women will without a shadow of a doubt be criticized more for being like less than, or like they'll be critiqued so much harder than men. But like overall, like think about like as far as like standards of attractiveness, how many women fall into the attractive category? I don't mean like drop dead gorgeous, like I don't mean like beautiful. I mean like just like, oh, like she's pretty, like she looks good. Now think about how many men you'd look at and you'd be like, oh my gosh, she's attractive. Now mind you, is that because like in a vacuum, just objectively, women are more attractive than men? No, we're all human beings, but we essentially look the same. But the way we're conditioned by society, there's so much more focus on female beauty. You know what I mean? Like, and again, it kind of falls into dating dynamics a bit too. Because think about it, like an average looking woman can like go out in the street and be like, hey, I will sleep with any man right now for free. And they probably get loads of men, literally. But an average looking man being like, I will sleep with any woman for free. How many customers is he really getting? You know, and you know what? I think attractiveness is the wrong word. I think it's overall
Why do you
like
say
physical
customers? Why is
desirability.
my
I know you're
camera
probably
bugging?
like that's literally what attractiveness is. I feel like it's a bit different. And look, I hate in real life nobody uses the numbers. I understand this, okay? But a 5 out of 10 woman is more desired than a 5 out of 10 man by far. Like a mid woman is getting so much more attention than a mid male just by how the society we built it up, okay? And due to that, oftentimes these women are not aware of what it's like to witness a man, particularly a man that they're with, get that kind of attention. You know what I mean? Because again, like back to the body stuff, like a woman doesn't need a six pack for people to tell her that her body's tea. You know what I mean? It's like these women, due to the patriarchy, due to misogyny, have been commodified. Their attractiveness has been commodified. That's why there are things like women get into clubs for free. Women get free drinks a lot of the time. Because women's attractiveness is a currency that typically the average man, I'm trying to think if I'm saying that right. Okay, yeah, I was just saying that typically the average man doesn't have access to. But when they see a man who does have access to that currency, it can make them uncomfortable. Okay, because again, having your face, your looks, your attractiveness being currency makes you behave differently than people who don't experience that, right? So that's why there are a lot of things that people on the internet deem to be feminine behavior, something that's like, again, even just using this term bad. Like, people consider these things to be girly things to do, and no, it's really just a desirability factor. Like, think about the phrase, if he wanted to, he would. Like, you know what I mean? Or like, if he doesn't, another man will. The concept is, I'm so attractive / I'm so desirable that this guy doesn't mean that much in my life. Like, I have this thing, or like just things about me that will take me so much further than even he is, right? Regardless of whether or not that statement's true, that's what that statement means. Like, there's nothing about that statement that's inherently like, oh, I'm a girl. Like, this is just how it is. Da, 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 da. Like, there's nothing inherently feminine about that. It's a very simple concept, you know what I mean? It's like, it's basically saying I'm the main draw here, you know what I mean? Or just even not in comparison to anyone else, just like I'm the draw. Like I will have other options come to me. Now imagine, you probably don't even have to, the outcome when a man says the same thing, how that's viewed. He's viewed as feminine, sassy, when in reality, he's just also talking about his marketability the same way women talk about their marketability in the same exact way. Like, if I tell you guys a story about me going out and some woman buys me a drink because I'm handsome, you would think, that's like a woman thing. You know what I mean? Just instinctually, like without even trying. When in reality, it has always been, you're attractive, this is why I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not simply like, yes, there's a lot of gender role stuff involved, but like, it's not simply like, oh, I'm a man doing this for you, a woman. I thought I paused. Because if that was the case, like if it was just, men doing it for women because they're women, every woman would just constantly experience that all the time, which of course is not the case. And they would experience it the same amount, which again is not the case. Because again, this is the dating market. There's an era of like, oh, this is desirability. There is an exchange here. Me and you, we don't really know each other, but when we first meet, I perceive you as this desirable. So now I'm going to push legal tender your way. Some would even say that I'm making a purchase, like of your time, which is a crazy thing when you really think about it. But my point is, there are women who are used to that exchange only going that way, right? So when they witness it, when they witness a man who isn't going to pay for their time, because traditionally he doesn't have to pay for people's times, because who the fuck does he look like? There could be a little bit of friction there, depending on perception. Because here's the thing, I've never bought a woman a drink in my life. I've had many successful nights out at bars / club. It's not an issue that I run into particularly a lot at this early stage, okay? But there are some people out there where just like even getting to know someone, like getting into like a simple conversation, there's just such a clash. You know what I mean? Or I would say I experience it in a way where it's like, oh, like I don't approach someone. Like me and someone make eyes across the room and I don't really approach, because again, I don't approach people traditionally. And then the thing is, I'm not gonna lie, desirability overall, when it comes to like things strictly like finances, people tend to act right. You know what I mean? I've told you before, I've never gotten into like beef over like not paying for something, except when this girl, she loaned me like 400 and I didn't give it back for like a very long time. So then I sent it back. But yeah, we were beefing about that. And that was because I was low-key trying to steal the money, not gonna lie. But you know what I mean? Like paying for dates was never an issue. Oh, like no one's ever asked me like, oh, can you pay for my hair? And it's never been a thing. Like, that's why I always think that shit's such bullshit when I hear. But when you talk about conflict and conflict resolution, okay, when you're with somebody who had, exes who would acquiesce to their every need, who would compromise their entire souls for this person because this person is so attractive. And particularly, you see that with women a lot. Simply because these women will self-proclaimed date medium ugly men, prefer medium ugly men. And I've seen multiple videos about it where women are like, oh my gosh, when you get your first attractive man, you know what I mean? Like y'all are really gonna butt heads. And it's like, yeah, because you're just not going for shit. And that goes both ways. You know what I mean? Like if I go around and I'm dating a bunch of chopped women who let me sorry, I love saying chopped, who just let me walk all over them, and then I get with like a woman who's a baddie, she's probably not gonna let me walk all over. It's very simple. And the thing is, you literally see posts on social media all the time, whether it be I don't really watch. I probably shouldn't say that on this application, but whether it be like Twitter, whether it be TikTok, sentiments where it's like, oh, this person needs to praise the ground I walk on. Oh, like, he when I'm mad at him, he needs to cry and be so sad about it. Oh, I'm mad at him. He sends me a band, just to cheer me up. I thought I paused, but like you see what I'm saying? Like there are certain women who have problems with men who aren't essentially on their hands and knees begging for them constantly. This obsession with wanting a man who never tells you no. I mean, this father-daughter relationship some people look for. Like, you understand, these behaviors only take place when there is a massive desirability gap. Okay, it can even be subjectively. Like this person could be completely attractive, but they perceive that the attractiveness gap or desirability gap is like much wider than it actually is. Because when the gap isn't that big, this person's like, hey, well, I have self-worth. You know, I matter. I have value. Why the F would I just completely acquiesce to this person's want, especially when they're not being reasonable? You know what I mean? Like those are the things that like you have when you see yourself on eye level with that person. But when you see yourself as below that person, you're like, oh my gosh, I should just do what they say. But you know, like this, I'm so lucky to have this person to begin with, so I might as well just like let it go. But when you see yourself as above the other person, you're not fucking batting an eye. Like if you're a sensible person and you see eye to eye with somebody, you're gonna stand on reason. Okay, you're like, I'm not gonna let this person walk all over me, but I'm gonna hear out what they have to say. Okay, but when you think you're above that person, you're gonna be like, why would I?
They
Why would I say
barking
what I say? It doesn't even
crazy.
matter. The thing is, when you are habitually in those cycles of being with a person where you perceive yourself as over, same thing when you're in a cycle of being with people who you perceive as being over you get used to that dynamic. You know what I mean? Like if you're used to like praising the ground of the person you walk on every time you date them, you're going to keep doing that. You know what I mean? Like we're creatures of habit. I mean, if you treat all your partners like shit, you're most likely going to treat the next one like shit. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where, you know, certain like growth patterns have to take place. But it's like, for better or for worse, there are a lot of women out there who date men that they perceive as being beneath them. Because a lot of people just in the dating market perceive men in general as being beneath women, right? Again, happy wife, happy life. Like, you know, she's always right. You know, just do what she says and you'll be happy. Like, just socially, there's kind of an inherent gap there when it comes to dating, right? So not only will some women get into these situations where they're dating a guy who's like just less attractive than them, whether that be by a great margin or a little margin, and then like that just like that mindset makes sense. Okay, like that relationship dynamic, like it's understood because in their minds, whether they know it, because again, like people love to act like attractiveness doesn't matter and that no one thinks about it ever, but no, people do. Okay, it's in their minds, it's being reinforced of the dynamic, like, okay, yeah, like it should be like that. So then when those same women find a man who's attractive, confident in himself, sometimes at least, now sometimes people can just flip the switch, like, oh my dude, it's kind of crazy. I knew a young lady treated her exes like fucking garbage. Okay, but then when we got together, just everything was like reversed. And she told me, she was like, I wonder if you're my karma for me treating my exes so bad. I was like, actually, I didn't laugh. I did think it was funny, but I didn't laugh out loud. I wasn't like, you know, is
Evil.
Machiavellian the word? It's definitely not the word, but I liked putting it there, so I'm gonna leave it. But yeah, like some people can flip the script, but there are some people who now, imagine she kind of flipped the script too much. Like she kind of just like, no, I don't need to. But anyway, some people can flip the script, some people can't. Some people are in a relationship with someone, you know, who is on par with them attractiveness wise, and they're like, okay, this is great, this person's attractive, but oh shit, like I'm not getting away with the same shit I used to get away with. I'm not able to manipulate. And again, this is not me saying women inherently are like more manipulative or anything like that. Everyone manipulates everybody, okay? But it's like, oh my gosh, I can't manipulate this person the same way I can manipulate people in the past. They're not just letting me have things the way people have just let me have things in the past. You know what I mean? And that's in a macro sense and a micro sense, and just like little things. Like I remember this one young lady, she was always mad because I never called her first. And she was like, oh my god, like, oh my gosh, call me first, call me first. And then one time we got into an argument where I forgot why. No, it was some stupid shit. I'll tell you. Basically, she told me like before me and her like really started talking, she was talking to this guy who was like 40 or something, right? And again, she was like 21, 22 at the time, and I'm like, "Oh, that's weird." You know what I mean? Like, but we're like laughing about it. Like she knows it's weird too. And then I think I mentioned that like I was talking to other people. Like just because I'm thinking we're just sharing war stories going back and forth. She didn't like that very much. And I was like, why are you being like childish like this? Like, what's wrong? And then she said something. She was like, there was one thing about that guy, though, that wasn't so bad. At least he used to call me. I was like, oh, okay, I see what this is. Because it's like this guy, because if you're a 40-year-old dating a 20-year-old, you're a fucking loser. Like, I'm so, like, there's no way you're a cool, high value guy doing that, right? But anyways, it's like you're used to these niggas. So you're not used to being with someone who doesn't want to call you all the time, who doesn't want to talk to you like as much as you want to talk to them. That makes you uncomfortable. And instead of like being able to have mature conversations about it, even work through it like with yourself and be like, like why am I feeling this way? Or like just finding healthy ways to cope with it. Some people will freak out. Some people will blame everything that they can on that other person, and they'll assume that they're right because in their previous relationships, they were always right. Were they really though? No. That because the people they're with were just allowing them to walk all over. So then it's like you put them in a position where you're on even footing with somebody, you know, or of course, obviously there's gonna be some people who try to walk all over them, but even in a situation of even footing, they feel like they're not being heard. Like they feel like they're being walked all over because their usual relationship dynamic is them walking over the other person. There's that one saying where it's something like equality feels like oppression to the oppressor or something like that. Because it would be like, oh, you know, like there's this white guy where he feels super oppressed for, I don't know, just like something that's like about equality. You know what I mean? Or like the civil rights movement when they went to when they genuinely put the schools together, that people were like, oh my gosh, like why are we suffering? Like, you know what I mean? Like they thought they were suffering because things were equal now and this other party was no longer suffering. Like, you see what I'm saying? But like on an interpersonal scale, like there are these people, again, men and women both deal with this, where they're used to walking all over somebody, and then when they can't do that anymore, they feel like they're being slighted. Like they feel like something bad's happening to them. And I'm not gonna lie, I've experienced this. Like I don't think, did I tell y'all the age where I didn't. I don't think I told y'all specifically. I hadn't paid for a date until I was like 20. And bro, and that date was fucking ice cream. And since then, I've paid for like, if we're talking first date, since then I've only paid for like 2 first dates in my life. But my point is, okay, when I first like came to the conclusion of like, okay, I got to start paying for things, because again, like y'all know, I was dating that one girl where like the first time we were together, she paid for literally everything, and then like I realized that was kind of bad, so then I started paying for some things. When I first started paying for things, bro, that shit felt fucking horrible. I was like, what the fuck is this? Now, mind you, I wasn't paying for everything. Like, I wasn't even paying for most things, right? Like, I was still probably paying for less than 50%, but I was like, bro, what is this? I was like, this sucks. Even to this day, like, just paying for something. I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck? I'm like, what do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean paying for it? But again, now, mind you, that's a problem. And I can recognize that that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that's wrong. Wrong with me that like I have such an aversion to paying for things in any content. But there are some people who are less self-aware when it comes to things like that. Okay, so then it would be like me in a situation where someone's asking me to pay for something and I start a fight with them, like I'm like beefing with them about it, like isn't that like wouldn't that be crazy? And it's like these particular women on the internet who are like, oh, like why would I pay for a date with a man? Like why would that ever happen? Oh, why would I pay for my own nails and hair when I'm which that's just crazy. But like why would I pay for my own maintenance like when I have a man? Like that doesn't make any sense. Those are the women who can't handle they can't handle men who are attractive and carry themselves as like they literally can't deal with it. And mind you, there are some women who are going to be like, oh yes, like exactly, like yeah, like I don't want those. Blah, blah, blah. But it's like,
Unpause.
the fuck is this? Now, mind you, I wasn't paying for everything. Like, I wasn't even paying for most things, right? Like, I was still probably paying for less than 50%. But I was like, bro, what is this? I was like, this sucks. Even to this day, like, just paying for something. I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck? I'm like, what do you mean, bro? Like, what do you mean paying for it? But again, now, mind you, that's a problem. And I can recognize that that's a problem. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that's wrong with me that, like, I have such an aversion to paying for things in any content. But there are some people who are less self-aware when it comes to things like that. Okay, so then it would be like me in a situation where someone's asking me to pay for something and I start a fight with them, like I'm like beefing with them about it, like isn't that like wouldn't that be crazy? And it's like these particular women on the internet who are like, oh, like why would I pay for a date with a man? Like why would that ever happen? Oh, why would I pay for my own nails and hair when I'm which that's just crazy. But like why would I pay for my own maintenance like when I have a man? Like that doesn't make any sense. Those are the women who can't handle they can't handle men who are attractive and carry themselves as like they literally can't deal with it. And mind you, there are some women who are going to be like, oh yes, like exactly, like yeah, like I don't want those men, blah blah blah. But it's like okay, so it's like the point is right, the point is accurate because here's the thing, like I feel like I've done a great job of explaining what I'm getting at. Now I can talk to you about the discourse because this discourse hit TikTok first. Everyone on TikTok just immediately got homophobic. Just surprise, surprise, TikTok and homophobic. But it's just like, oh, like what? A male baddie? A male baddie is gay. Like, oh, that's just a gay man. And it's like, for one, again, I didn't coin the phrase, but the person who coined the phrase, everyone knew what he was talking about. Everyone knew what he meant. And it's like you're pretending that this isn't a phrase that's been used multiple times. And then there are people responding. They're like, oh yeah, like I can't handle a male baddie because why would I want that? Da 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 da. And it's like what they do. I thought I paused again, by the way, but what they do is it's like they attribute these qualities like, oh, I don't want a feminine man, I don't want a man like this, da 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 da. And they just describe themselves. So again, there's a lot of people out here who are like, oh, like I wouldn't date myself. And they think that's like an okay, like no, you should, the concept of dating yourself shouldn't, I mean, I said something like this on Twitter where I was like, you should want to date yourself. And someone's like, oh, but I'm not gay, I don't like men. It's like, nigga, don't be fucking stupid. Like if you were dating someone who had your qualities, would you be happy or sad is basically what that means. Like personally, if I dated someone like me with my ambition, my mindset, like who I am as a person, now I could be wrong. Like I'm not saying I have supreme self-awareness, but like I think I would be okay with dating someone who was like me. But it's like these people, they heard the term male baddies and then they were attributing all this quality. They're like, oh no, because I'm the baddie. And if he's doing da 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 da, basically like bashing themselves. And that's why I'll never understand like men being called feminine as an insult. It's literally just women bashing, but like it's just through the lens of misandry so people don't know. And also this whole there can't be two baddies, can't be two, there's always it's always them saying there can't be two something, and it's like says who? Like what are the rules? It's like they define their value by what the other person does for them and how down bad the other person is for them or how they can perceive that in their mind rather than just perceiving their value as who they are, which is really sad if you think about it. Okay, and then there was all the rhetoric about like oh like oh that's women's word, like women can't have their own things now, like what why are you always trying to take it from us, da, 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 which by the way, I never want to hear that art because for one, gender is not a culture. Okay, like they try to like prop it up as if it's like the same as like a white person using AAVE. The way gender socialized is so much different than how race is socialized. Like that's the reason why, part of the reason why people can be transgender but not transracial. And on top of that, 75% of women's lingo comes from black gay people. You know what I mean? Like it's ballroom lingo. Like oh, clocked her tea. oh, I'm gagged. Like, that is
That's
black gay living.
fact.
And I remember when I found out, I was amazed. Because again, like, they've done crazy marketing of making it sound like, oh, yep, it's just women talk. Like, this is how women talk. And you know what? The gay men probably got it from them. But no, it was gay people's first. They stole it. But when men do something similar, bro, oh my gosh, we're gonna start World War III or something. Now, and again, this does not apply to all women. Everything I'm saying in this video does not apply to all women, but there is a population of women that it does apply to. Plus, it's like when you, bro, when they were acting like as if saying baddie meant, like, men saying baddie meant that they couldn't say it anymore. They're like, why are you taking this from us? It's like, what do you mean? Like, you still have it.
Where did that?
Like, say it anymore. They were acting like as if saying baddie meant, like, men saying baddie meant that they couldn't say it anymore. They're like, why are you taking this from us? It's like, what do you mean? Like, you still have it. Like, like, you can still use it. Wait, y'all see what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to wrap this up. Dude, I'm still sick. When I tell you the amount of business my toilet has gotten over the past week or so, kind of crazy. But anyways, I'm hoping I feel better. I don't want to yap too much because I'm feeling my stomach start to do the thing again. I'm just glad I finished the video first. But thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, everything I have to say. I'm so sorry. Oh, also become a member if you want to. Okay, and I'm sorry for saying that too. But I love you. Okay, have a great day, night, evening, morning.
Hmm. I like.
Obviously, this isn't a joke. I know y'all see Silky is
I really
not
like
here right
this
now.
setup.
He's in New York celebrating with his family for Christmas, which is understandable. He couldn't be here for this, but he's here on the thing. A week ago, we all stopped streaming during the last day of our marathon that we were doing. We didn't really, like, I know a lot of people thought, oh, we're trying to make this a joke or whatever. That's never been the thing. There's a lot of stuff that's happening. We have decided as a group that obviously it was in our best intention to leave FaZe Clan. So all the speculations that, like, oh, this is like an announcement or this is something that we've planned, this was not planned, and this was just some things that we came to terms, and yeah, we are leaving FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, everything that Ron said is true. The main thing I wanted to let y'all know is because seeing everyone leave online like one by one, obviously it looks crazy, and you guys don't know a lot of what is happening behind the scenes. But what I can say, what I will add to that, is that nothing is going to change from the viewer's perspective, from the chat's perspective, with our dynamic. Like, we are all still rocking with each other. We're all staying together. Me, Ron, Lacey, Jason, Silky, Kason, Rage. Like, we're all still doing our thing collectively and working on our own thing moving forward, and still going to be a part of each other's content. It's not like everyone's going in over here and doing their solo thing, over here and doing their solo thing. We're all still doing what exactly we were doing before, just not underneath those 4 letters anymore, which it hurts. It hurts me, I think, a little bit more than everyone else, but I feel like it had to be done. It was too much of back and forth and too much stress over the months, a lot of things you guys don't know about, and I do think that this will be for the better, and that's really what it is. Yeah, that's really all I
You stream this?
on the matter. That you guys, from the viewer's perspective, nothing's gonna change. You guys are all gonna still see us together every day, doing what we do, having fun, laughing, making content.
I think one of the main things to add on to that is, like, one of the biggest things that we wanted to make sure, adding on to Adapt, it's kind of the same thing, but it's like our main intention is to make content, to hang with each other, and just produce content.
To entertain.
Literally just to entertain, and that's what we plan on doing moving forward. And the name that we had, obviously, is just not what we're going to be under, but nothing's changing. Like, I know a lot of people made a lot of speculations. Okay, are they going to split? They all going to go on our solo, whatever it might be. Are they going to make another group? We don't have any plans on anything right now besides just staying together and just making content.
Yeah.
We don't know what the future holds, and honestly, you can't really expect us to. I mean, it's been a super emotional last week for all of us. But what we do know, like they said, is we're going to be sticking together, making content, having fun every single day. And you guys can be a part of whatever we decide to build from here, from the start.
Yeah, and I think these past
You
couple
gotta keep
months,
moving. Better to see.
myself and say we haven't been putting 100% into our content due to all the stuff happening behind the scenes. But moving forward and into the future, I can confidently say that 2026 is going to be our best year because we can focus on purely entertaining.
Yeah.
Being the best version of ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the main thing right now, to be honest. Is everything good? We can talk.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
I know you people expect us to come on here and, the whole internet's filled with drama and hate right now, and we're not going to feed into that or give any attention to it. We just want to move forward as a unit and keep it pushing and just stick together. This whole thing we're not going to let it tear us apart. This thing has made us stronger. We've sat here for hours just hanging out, talking, chilling. It's
more than hours.
It's strengthened
It's
our
honestly
friendships.
made us better.
Yeah, it
as a
really
group.
has. It truly has.
For days, months, like before the Minecraft marathon, before the subathon, we were dealing with this exact shit, and it was kind of building up and building up and building up. And recently, I guess you could say it was the straw that broke the camel's back. We were all like, all right, it's time. And it sucks. Yeah, it sucks for me. I grew up a huge FaZe fan, loving FaZe, got to be a part of FaZe, every era of it, whatever. And I mean, at least I could say that I tried, that we all tried, and that we all did pretty well. We won Org of the Year back-to-back years, ending on a back-to-back Org of the Year, and now we can move on together and do our own thing, where we feel like we can make the decisions we want to make and move how we want to move without any repercussions or anything like that.
It's ours.
And it's ours.
Yeah.
I feel like that'll only motivate me and all of us to
100%.
be
For
the
sure.
best.
100%.
I think
We're excited, man. We're really excited. That's
ready.
one thing we can say.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys all for being patient with us. I know we kind of abruptly stopped Miss.
Yeah, none of it. We didn't
with no updates.
We didn't want to make it seem like we're abandoning anyone.
We didn't want to make it seem like we're abandoning anyone, and no one was like over farming or anything like that. We were having like real conversations about the future of each and every one of our careers together, individually, FaZe. A lot of this was really heavy. We were up to like 3, 4 a.m. some nights after being up all day trying to figure this out, and
we just wanted to make it work, and this was the solution, to be honest.
And yeah, because like I said, and I feel like I said this multiple times throughout different speeches and on my stream, is what made FaZe always FaZe was the people who were inside of it, and that was us. We were the people who were inside of FaZe, and that's what FaZe was. It was us, and we are leaving, and we're going to still be able to do what we want to do regardless. That was my number one thing. As long as we can all leave and collectively still be in each other's lives, in each other's content, be a part of
living
together, all that, then we're good, and the viewers will be good, the chat will be good, and nothing's going to change. It's just that simple fact.
And like, to cut, not to like end it, but maybe end it, to like anyone who obviously supported all of us.
Thank you guys.
Even when Max was a part of it, and we were their Miami house with them, with the 3712 Broad Lawn house, all the jokes, all the clips, like all the memes, and like all the support for the last 2 years, 2 years almost.
It's been crazy.
It's been insane, and I don't think it's ever been done in like a streaming group. Like,
no, I think we can all say FaZe
back to back
changed our lives.
That's what I'm saying. FaZe changed our lives. Back to back org. Like, it's incredible what we accomplished in not even 2 years. And yeah, we appreciate anyone who supports the past and supports our future.
And as well to FaZe, we're very thankful and grateful for the opportunities that we were given. All the things, the content we were able to make, just putting us in the same room together and introducing us. It created like lifelong friendships. So,
but that's kind of it. I think
that's really it. Yeah.
A couple of us might go to our desktop and explain more.
Yeah, I might go sit up in my desktop, talk for like maybe 10, 15, and then end. But yeah, that was really it, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Just know the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come, y'all.
Very true.
Yeah, a couple of us will go back, and that's kind of it. Thank you, guys.
I'll be honest with you guys. I will be honest. I'm pretty nervous right now. For anyone thinking that I'm going to be reading off what I got sent to me, I completely wrote all these bullet points down that I want to talk about. I wrote down a good amount of stuff. It'll probably be around like 10 to 15 minutes. I wrote down everything. This is not a PR person. This is not a lawyer. This is not nothing. I wrote this down from the bottom of my heart because, I'll explain everything. There is a lot I want to preference that I can't explain. Stop asking me what made me wear glasses, bro. This is a real moment. Jesus. There is some stuff that I can't talk about, obviously. But yeah, this is stuff from the heart, and I want to go down these bullet points. First and foremost, I want to talk about me. I've seen a lot of speculation that Lays is fired. He's not. I want to get that out of the way. Just straight up. I don't know where that came from. That's the first thing. But besides that, let's get into the FaZe stuff. I've been a fan of FaZe since I was 12 years old. I looked up to Adapt. I looked up to Rain. I looked up to everyone in here. I looked up to so many people, and I'm sure there's a lot of viewers in here who might have done the same. Maybe not looked up, but always wanted to join FaZe. Maybe. Not everyone, but me personally, this has always been a dream of mine. When I joined FaZe, it was such a cool moment for me because I remember back when I was 13 on Black Ops 2 or whatever, I got in lobbies with FaZe Rain, and I started crying because I was like, oh my God, I'm in a lobby with a FaZe member. I have it recorded actually on my mom's phone. She has it somewhere. And it's a surreal moment to be able to be a part of FaZe. I was also a part of FaZe when it was not as popular, when it started to go down a little bit. And there was a lot of things that never got fulfilled, and I sacrificed a lot because I just wanted FaZe to win. I always wanted FaZe to win. That was my biggest goal, was I just wanted FaZe to win. And I think that's very easy to see with a lot of stuff that I portrayed, such as being always on time for video shoots, being on time for stuff, whatever it might be. It sounds cliche and it sounds corny, but I have a lot of ways to prove it. I never even cared about the money from FaZe. I never cared about making money from FaZe. I just wanted to grow the name FaZe, and I wanted to represent it for my whole life. In fact, there was a clip that surfaced a couple months ago. Stop saying cap. I make my money through streaming. Thanks to you guys. Shut up. There was a clip surfacing a couple months ago, saying, me personally, when I said I would never ever leave FaZe a day in my life, no matter what happens. I didn't want to leave FaZe, but I had to make a real decision. But I never wanted to leave. That is the truth. I never wanted to leave. In fact, it gets me sad. Like, I know a lot of people might troll about this, but like, it gets me sad because when I called my mom that I told her I was leaving, she was crying a little bit, and I was upset because it was always a goal of mine to be a part of like this group. That's all I knew growing up. I was an internet kid. I watched gamers. As y'all know, I have a lot of internet culture in my brain, a lot of jokes. I've always loved the internet. I've always loved everything about the internet, and it makes me sad that I had to do this. There's been so many streams canceled or feelings I couldn't say publicly because of stress on myself. And it got so bad to the point where I started going to therapy, which is the first time I'm ever speaking up about this. Just on like mental stuff. I've had a really bad mental, not believing in myself, etc. It's been kind of miserable, but obviously the joke on the internet, you're a millionaire, shut up. There's nothing on that side. It's like, I don't believe in myself in a lot of ways, and I feel like it was due to a lot of things. I just want to be honest with you guys. But I feel like being a good person got me ran over a lot in certain ways, and it's not going to change who I am, though. I'm always going to be a good person, and I'm always going to try to be real as I can be. And I always wanted this group to win more than myself, and that is the truth. Stuff claimed on my name by individuals online, I've already admitted and joked about for months. I'm not going to say names, but there's been speculation that I've done things, stuff that I've admitted,
Yo.
And joked about.
Peace.
Very obvious.
Thanks.
And yeah, and now I want to get into individuals.
I gotta show that.
Black Boy Max. When Max left FaZe, it was I gotta be able to say things properly here, obviously. For Max, when Max left FaZe, obviously I was sad. I was super sad. I was in the room with him and Jason. By the way, this is stuff that I talked to before I started this. I already talked to Max. He's completely fine with me talking about this. When Max left FaZe, it was with me and Jason, and I was super sad because I didn't understand why until time goes by. I've seen a lot of speculation that said that we weren't friends, or that we started arguing. I want to cut that down right now and say everyone argues. Everyone goes through moments, but one thing is that we figured out stuff internally. Y'all might have not seen things externally, but we fix things internally because no one needs to know besides us. I've been friends with Max since New Jersey. I was the one who went to his concert. I was there when he had, this is still a lot of viewers, but I was there when he did his first Christmas stuff, when he had 2,000 viewers, putting a phone in a microwave. I was there for a lot of moments with Max, and he was there for a lot of moments with me. There was a moment, and I made sure I could talk about this because I didn't want to just like blow his stuff, but there was a moment where I visited him in the hospital when he was in the hospital, and any confusion that we had with each other, we cleared up and figured out every type of problem that was being talked about, not between us, through other people. We figured out our own problems, we communicated with each other, and we got on good terms. There's been speculation that Max thought I was cringe in the beginning. I'm cringe all the time. I know that. But I also know he didn't mean it in ill intent because we figured out we figured out our problems. Us saying we hated Max when he left. I was upset. Everyone was upset. But no, it was never hate. It was just sad. And we figured that out internally. I also see a thing that says Max wanted to join back FaZe. I told Max he shouldn't join back FaZe, and I called him before this to confirm this, and he agreed. He shouldn't join back FaZe because of all the hate that he got when he left. I did not want him to get hate rejoining. I did not want people to think that he needed us, and I did not want people to think that he got forced into this, that he felt bad. I told Max, and we sat there in the hospital, and I told
I gotta
him,
queue up some videos,
yourself,
bruh.
I'll always defend you. I'll always be in your corner, and I'm proud of you. And it was never a thing of I wanted him to join back because I knew there were still problems internally with each other, with everything else. With everything else. I'm super proud of Max, and I really wish I could speak up a little bit more right now, but obviously I can't. For Adapt, I looked up to Adapt in every... Yo, Phantom, shut your ass up, man. You said that you're adding new members to AMP, bruh. Shut up, bruh. You did not text me to join AMP. I'm just kidding. For Adapt, I want to go down each member. This is not a script. I literally have bullet points that I'm going over that I wrote. No lawyer looked over this. No one looked over this. This is what I wrote. I looked up to Adapt in every aspect, and I've appreciated him always guiding me and recruiting me in the right way. Rain and Adapt originally brought me to a dinner at El Pastel, that I'll never remember or never forget. Shout out El Pastea if anyone knows. Rain and Adapt told me you should join FaZe Clan. When I joined FaZe Clan, it was still, I would say, is the best decision of my life. I had great guidance from Adapt. I had Rain waking me up every single morning, trying to convince me to get out of bed when I was fat, laying in my bed all day. He tried to convince me to get up and change my life, and Adapt did change my life by recruiting me with him. Adapt, I've known about. Cinna, why are you saying was fat out of all people much? Okay, let me lock in. I've known Adapt since 2012. Do you know how insane that is? I've known of Adapt since 2012. I've watched Adapt. I've watched Adapt grow through so many things. I've watched Adapt my whole life, and I've been best friends with him since 2022, and it really hurts me that people on the outside say that we're not friends internally, because arguments happen. Everything happens. I've argued with Adapt over personal things, but one thing I can say is we're real friends. This is not, we all figure out things internally, bro. And everyone here who has a friend group, there's always been problems. This is why I also went to therapy. I learned not to gossip. I learned not to judge by anything. I learned to go to the direct contact. That's one thing I learned. You know what I'm saying? Silky. Silky has taught me so much, and this is super cliche. Super, I know. I know it's cliche, but it is the truth. Silky has taught me so much as a human, and he's taught me a lot of things that I needed to learn in life that I never learned, such as having a backbone or standing up for myself when I'm being persuaded wrongly by people that aren't really with me. He's been nothing but supportive of me, and that's why I'll always support him, because the judgment he gets online is so terrible, and I'll always love Silky, and I'll always support him. I've known about Silky also since 2020, when I used to have my balls in my stomach playing box fights on Fortnite, scamming. Just kidding. Jason. I've known of Jason since he had 70 to 200 viewers when he was dressed up in a minion costume being annoying and cringe. That'll always be one of my closest, if not best friends, who have helped me so much and have been a great friend forever. He's lifted me up in other ways. People might not like him, but he's lifted me up in other ways that people haven't. Lacey has always supported me and was the first person to help me venture into IRL streaming when we first moved to LA at 3712 Broadlawn, and has always been respectful to me, even if I didn't reciprocate the same respect to him. This isn't PR training. These are notes that I wrote, deadass. There's also things I can't say. Rage.
Thanks,
Me and Rage have known each other since 2020. There was a time where me and Rage and Bruce, dare I say DYR, the group DYR, we played Fortnite together one time. I still remember it. He's always been a great friend to me, Rage, and he's helped me with mentality stuff on the back end. You know what I'm saying? He's always been there for me. He's always been a good person. Kason. Even though Kason's 40 years old, he's helped me figure out things, and he's been a supportive friend of mine since 2022. He's always got my back.
Listen, were you a victim of banks?
And I'll forever take that forever to the grave. I only have a couple more things I really want to touch on, but none of our friendships are fake, and it sucks online. It's perceived that way to the public. Even though externally you guys see things, or externally there's so much things that are being talked about, internally, whether that be with each other in person, whether that be with each other over the phone that some people don't know, everything always gets figured out, and nobody is perfect, and everyone makes mistakes, but that's why we figure things out, and that's what brotherhood is. The one thing I do want to say, guys, relax on Pepsi. Just chill. Just smile. Trust me, we're good. I can't speak on a lot of, I don't want to speak on things that I haven't communicated with. I've been reading everyone on Twitter. I've been observing how my support system is. It's crazy to me because, like, a while ago, I feel like I didn't have this type of support system, and it's super eye-opening. It's super eye-opening to see how much support you guys defend me, whether people troll about me, whether people make fun of me, whether people do anything. The support is there, bro, and I've seen it. I've been reading through the Twitter comms. I've been reading posts. I've been observing for the last week when I haven't been streaming, and I appreciate anyone showing support to me. I've also been watching streamers to cheer me up and make me feel better during this stress. I'm not gonna say who, but I've been watching a lot of streamers, and it's helped me get through this, and it's helped me a lot, and that made me also realize how much I love streaming. Overall, this is the last thing I want to say. No, Yugi, it's not you. Overall, I want to avoid drama, constant back and forth, because that doesn't get anyone anywhere. And I want to leave all the FaZe drama in the FaZe past. I want to move on to my next chapter rather than going back and holding the negative energy with me. I don't want to farm this because this is real. I don't want to rebuttal anyone else because I don't care. Anything moving forward, I'm going to do my best to try not to talk about anymore because I'm young. I've been doing this for 7 years and I want to continue doing this. And I'm going to continue doing this, and I'm going to prove to myself and to you guys that I will always care about this stuff. And I want to say thank you guys, truthfully. As for other things, such as the Elden Ring, White Room DLC, the room shrinks, I do have to push it back. I don't have a date yet. That's not important to me right now. Right now, it's important to me to get back on my feet and continue streaming. As for anything else, for the house, we do have to stay here for a little bit longer. I don't want to speak on anything that I don't know I'm allowed to speak on, but we do have to stay here for a little longer. And honestly, y'all, I want to say thank you to my community. Seriously. Thank you to my community, the stable. Anyone who watches me who doesn't have to watch me, I want to thank you guys, and I hope I made my point across, and I hope I did a good job. I'm a little nervous. This is my first time ever having to do this, but I do want to move on from this, and no, I will not be taking a break from streaming. I will be live tomorrow, and I want to go back to normal. I want to create content, and I miss you guys. I love you guys so much. Seriously, you guys are amazing. I will be back tomorrow.
Why Kai Cenat suddenly became hated. This is all.
I have to turn off autoplay, bro.
I left FaZe 5 months ago.
Dude.
And this wasn't
Sorry,
for
Lico.
narrative, this wasn't for the camera, this wasn't for Twitter, this was very, very real. It was off the heels of some Twitter drama, and the boys were, getting blown up in their comms and in their chats. And as we all know, in this world, wacky, strange world of streaming, every last one of them are forced to
I don't know
appeal
whose
to their
stream this
comms
is.
and their chats and narratives on. Max, I know we've had our individual differences, and I know I haven't really seen eye to eye with a lot of the talent because truthfully and honestly, I find you guys all to be incredibly ungrateful. I find you guys all to have insane egos, and I think it's disgusting and makes me sick to my stomach that your guys' relationships with each other and with every
This
other
nigga ain't even
streamer
work
and your
with them no
community
more.
is so incredibly fake. You guys are the
What?
best actors on planet Earth, and you've made a complete career out of all of it. Max, these are your boys, but these are the same guys that said they've been hated your guts after you left. And, you're the program and you have an ego the size, you think you're Travis Scott and this and that. And also, Max, multiple conversations about how Ron's content's cringe and you guys didn't fuck with
Nothing wrong with that, bro.
JC or Jason in the beginning. You guys didn't want these guys to live anywhere near you. You barely wanted to share a brand with them. But FaZe was going to fund a Miami house for you, Rage, Silky, and Kason. So we'll take what we can get. And then it all worked. And we forced this relationship. Max, I know we've had our individual differences.
There's nothing wrong with that, bro. he just
together.
bro, he allegedly fucking had relations with Sketch before all that drama where he was the only one that was like, yo, Sketch, come back. And if that's the case, he's a terrible person. If that's not the case, he's chilling.
If it wasn't for me, these guys are all at minimum 10 times the size in terms of audience and platform now as before they joined FaZe. These guys have all made millions and millions and millions of dollars in the last 2 years.
Okay, people say facts. I want you to understand something, okay? When you enter into a business venture, right, and you're gonna be more charitable, or you're gonna be more giving or whatever, right? That's cool, and that's facts. I mean that's good, right? But if you do it with the purpose that you're gonna hold it against them later on and say, oh yeah, by the way, I made you guys, it's lame. Sorry. I have some respect for Banks in some capacity, and I fuck with him. But he does this very often when he does the I made you, and I don't agree with it. Because if you put people on,
He said we.
the only reason why you do it is to say, I made you, puppy, I made you. That's just lame. It's lame. It's super lame. It's productive. It trivializes people's achievements. It trivializes their path or whatever. Yes,
Said we won Org of the Year.
the love of the game.
You were not there, my
I
guy.
have to do. He does have a lot of
Jeff,
love
like-
of the game, and I respect that.
Jeff Bezos sells Amazon or whatever. Can't claim anything.
Right? But the problem is that FaZe failed to monetize it. And brother, a year and a half ago, I sat with him at this restaurant. I was at a some place in Florida with me, Tav, and him. And I told him, listen, the problem with you guys is that you guys aren't monetizing, and there's no plan to monetize. I don't see anything that you guys are doing, right? You're gonna have to have a plan at one point so that you guys can both get something that, and you know, like when it comes down to like merch, when it comes down to like just brand recognition. Yes, it makes money.
I'm sure,
they make
man.
money off of merch, off of sales, whatever.
I can't see you.
But it also imprints the FaZe brand in the culture. It keeps it out there. Having streams that are, guys, we're the FaZe guys. That's cool and all, right? But I told my dad in restaurant, I told them, what happens if they all leave tomorrow? Does FaZe keep anything? No, they don't. FaZe keeps absolutely fucking nothing out of all this. And it's up to you. It's up to you guys to come together and find a plan, a solution on how to monetize this and how to really have an impact. And the reality is, they never did it. So I think that what's happening now is that they're upset, the owners and him, that they did all that. This all this investment, right, and all this time and money, and it didn't come to fruition. I agree with him that yeah, it sucks that they didn't make any money, but it's a skill issue. It is genuinely a skill issue because in the contracts, I'm sure that there's something they have to do, but the brand and sponsors, whatever, right? And they could have monetized for everybody and themselves, but you cannot stack a debt and then use it, and then after the fact you go, oh my god, you guys owe me all of this, dude. You had years to plan. You had years to fucking make sure that nobody feels like they owe anybody anything. So when you come out of the gate and say, oh, yo, nah, I made them. They owe me this. Dude, I have to be honest with you. It falls on deaf ears. And maybe as people on the internet will be global and be like, oh, yeah, he made them. Dude, I agree. It was a big part of their success, at least initially, and that's really good, right? But, why was the question mark? What? It wasn't that important. We'll keep on.
See, now this isn't fair all. Or no, FaZe employee in bank who is unaffiliated.
Five things my white friends are dead ass serious about. 5. Number 1, line skipping. Yesterday I was in a movie theater line to go see Oppenheimer. So as I got my ticket scanned, I stood in line to get some popcorn. As I was walking, somebody was walking at an angle and they got in front of me. The dude behind me tapped me on my shoulder. Yes, sir. He was like, sir, I don't know you, but the guy just cut in front of you and I don't think that's right. And I was like, nah, it ain't even a big deal. Ain't nobody ahead of him. We gonna get this all good. He was like, no. If we gotta stand in line, everybody should have to stand in line the same way. Now, the person that cut me off was built like me, but with abs about 4 more inches, which means he was built nothing like me. The person that was behind me couldn't see over the middle of my spine. The way he was talking to the person in front of me, I was thinking he had an Oppenheimer bomb in his pocket. By the time he was done arguing at the person in front of me, not only was I in front of the line, I was behind the damn counter. Hey, sir, what are you going to be having today? Okay, you paying with cash or card? I became one of the employees at the movie theater. He had me so shook. Number 2, about their friends of a different ethnicity. Contrary to media belief, and I say media belief because it's not popular opinion, contrary to media belief, black people and white people, black people and Mexican people and black people, Native Americans and white people, we all get along contrary to media opinion. But when you have a real good white friend, they will go to the ends of the earth and fight anybody and protect your name at all costs, even when you don't want them to. It was me, my oldest son, my homeboy Flame, and my white friend Kevin Kirby. He came with me to visit my mama. Now, my mama asked me to do
Kevin
something
Kirk?
I didn't do. My mama was arguing at me. Now, Kirby was in the car. As my mama was arguing at me, everybody know black parents, I don't care if I'm 80, my mama gonna get in my face and put me in my place when I didn't do something she told me to do. Kirby didn't like that. He stood out the car and he was like, excuse me, Miss Prey, it wasn't Josh's fault. It was my fault. And my mama was like, baby, I ain't talking to you. Called him baby, gave him respect. Said, baby, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to my son. He said, ma'am, I understand you talking to your son, but I just don't appreciate the way you talking to your son. I tried to tell him, Kirby, that's my mama, Kirby. My mama can talk to me however she wants. He said, Josh, I know that you're a mama and I love your mama. I love Miss Prey, but Miss Prey, you got to understand, Josh is my friend and I just can't take somebody to talk to him like that. When white people love you, white people love you, and they love you to the ends of the earth. Kirby ain't alive back at my mama's house about 2027. He on year like 9 of serving that prison sentence right now. Number 3, preparation for natural disasters. Now, I know we always see these news jokes and stuff about, man, white people don't take nothing serious. Hurricane coming, they surfing. Hurricane come down their porch, drinking out of bottles. They don't see it working. You know why? Because they've been prepared for this for 14 years. If they open their garage, you're going to see 126 different types of generators in their house. They got underground bunkers. But Josh, we live in the projects. There ain't even no basement in the project. Shit, Willie Joe in apartment A3 down there, go in his house, knock on the cabinet 3 times. He gonna open that, pull on the dishwasher, then the floor go open up, and all of a sudden there's a whole community of people down there prepared for anything that happens. Number 4, doing it themselves. Kind of man I am, if I look at it and I can try and I don't get it right, I'm hiring somebody that's an expert to do it. Call me what you want. White people ain't gonna do it. You could go out there and find a white woman and all of a sudden she have the garden of Narnia in her backyard. You're like, hey, who does your garden for you? Me. Nah, that's a redwood and I see 1,000 million roses over there. Oh, and you got the Statue of Liberty in your backyard. Who built that? I did, Josh. Stop playing with me. I see one of the apes from Planet of the Apes.
I did, Josh.
Who taught them how to talk? Oh, took me about 3 or 4 months, but I taught Caesar sign language, phonetics, Latin, Greek, Portuguese. Nobody even speak Portuguese. Mary Sue, Ashley, Nicole, and why the hell you got 4 first names? When it comes to doing things cheaper, not only are white people gonna find the cheapest way to do something, but in the midst of it, they might learn how to do it. And now they've created an entire YouTube channel for free on how to teach animals how to talk sign language and that type talking.
Is he talking about Morse code?
Morse code. And number 5, non-serious politics. Go look at your PTA board.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Look at the community board and see who's
They be bugging.
a dude and
Yo, I don't care that they are like want the neighborhood to look nice. But nigga, I gotta put the trash in the backyard. Bro. They like, sir, they're not talking to my mom. They're like, ma'am, your trash cans are 5 centimeters too far from the back of your house. We can see it from the front. Like, what?
my community, Not only did he campaign, not only did he email, not only did he put his name on letterheads, not only did he go door to door knocking, not only did he vie for my vote, because there's only like 4 people voting in my community anyways, that man made damn sure that I showed up on election night, and he made sure to put me in his speech. I want to thank Josh Spray for opening his door at 10:19 at night and listening to me talk for 37 minutes why I'm going to turn this community around and why his car going to be the first car I tow for parking on the side of the damn road. Thank you, Josh.
What?
When it comes to smaller forms of non-governmental stuff that ain't serious, your HOA cheerleader, your PTA parents, the person in charge of bringing the fruit snack to the Pop Warner football games, anything like that, they take it dead ass serious. I gotta go volunteer like next week, like 19 times in 2 hours for a concession stand at my son's school because I answered the email I wasn't supposed to answer. I thought it was spam, and I seen a big butt. It was actually her butt, but I thought it was spam. Okay, this is the video.
That was hilarious. Huh. Number 3 will shock you.
So misogyny, hating women is bad for business, okay? Except when it isn't, okay? Sometimes it's good for business. One time me and this girl actually stopped talking because I wasn't misogynistic enough. And I don't mean like benevolent, like, ooh, like I'll pay for something. Misogyny. I mean, she straight up told me that she likes her men misogynistic. And I said, I can't do that. And we stopped talking, okay? On God, wallahi, okay? Shout out my Muslim viewers, okay? I put it on the gang, like that's how it went down. She was good looking too. So if I was a bit more misogynistic, I absolutely could have bagged her and added her amongst the ranks, okay? However, what she didn't know about was my lore and why I'm not a misogynist. Basically, my father abandoned me when I was a child. Here's a picture of us before it happened. See, you can see his heart's not really in it, all right? But you see me? Yeah, like, do you think he knew? Do you think he knew at the time? But my point is, I had nobody to teach me misogyny, nobody to show me the ropes of why women, in their opinion, did not deserve respect. My mom wasn't going to teach me that because she had no one to show her the ropes of why she hypothetically would deserve less because her father abandoned her and my father's father abandoned him. So, you know, I just kind of had no chance of having a father back then. There was no male representation anywhere in my family. I feel bad for my kids. I feel like my DNA is just going to activate within me and I'm going to have no choice but to abandon them, okay? But then on the bright side, there's no risk of them learning misogyny, because hear me out. I also grew up with 2 older sisters and their father passed away. Then my father came along, had me with my mom. She broke up with him and he was like, bro, if I'm not hitting, I'm not going to stick around. Which I kind of respect. It's like, what are you, you're going to help my mom raise her kids if you're not sleeping with her? Ridiculous. I have like 3 other siblings I didn't see, okay? But my point in giving you this family history is growing up for me, it was a matriarchy, okay? It was me and a bunch of women, you know, just like telling each other what to do. Like in my mind, I'm one of you. I'm one of the girls, okay? Like I hear my mom giving like some dating advice to my sisters and I'm listening. I'm like, okay, like this applies to me for sure. Y'all do the same stuff, have the same chores, whatever. Like again, I had no choice at this point to not view women as equal. Where would that thought have came from? Okay, it would have had to been like pure narcissism. Like, because again, I had no man to compare these women to except myself. But it's like I didn't even understand the concept of the fact that I was a man. And the thing is, I wasn't allowed to watch TV for a long time either. So like in media, I didn't see any of that. I was never really picking up on any vibes. I remember in elementary school when a teacher would be like moving something, they'd be like, oh, we need help from like a big strong boy to like move this stuff. And like people would look at me and I'd be like, no, like I don't want to do that. Like what? Because again, it's just not clicking for me. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, why would I do this? Everyone's pointing at me. They want me to do it. But how about Linda does it? You know, Linda would do a good job. Like, why aren't we looking at Linda? Like, why, oh, why can we not have Lauren or Isabel move the box? Like, what? Like, why are we all looking at me? Okay, now mind you, I was like the largest kid in the class physically, but I didn't care. They don't want to do stuff. Okay, I'm not down for physical labor. Literally, I swear, I did not find out women were oppressed until high school. Okay, because I remember we're learning about women's rights, and then like one of my
Oh
classes
my
was like,
God.
about women's rights. Now he knew about misogyny, so he was setting me up, and I was just like, like what are we talking about, women's rights? And I got in trouble for saying that. I'm like, bro, like women's rights, like what are we talking about? Because in my mind, it was like the same thing as saying like white rights. It's like, yeah, like are there like some rights or like lack thereof that I don't know about? And the thing is, truly, I didn't know anything about it. I got sent out the classroom for that, right? But then basically we started learning. It was the same class, by the way. It was history. Started learning about women's suffrage, and I was like, what? No way, that's what they were doing to the women. That's why I found out like there are people who just like don't like women, you know what I mean, and think like men are better and whatnot. And I thought that was ridiculous. Okay, however, you know, there comes a moment in every man's life where he decides. He's like, okay, is misogyny the move? Is it not the move? Okay, I feel like white people probably have the same thing. Like racism, like are they not as good as us? Like you have to think about it, right? I'm like, nah, misogyny's not the move. I'm not rocking with it. However, this is one of those things where it's like each year there's like a checkpoint. Okay, like on the anniversary of you deciding, you have to lock in again and be like, is it the move? And they'd be like, nah, nah, nah. Or be like, yes, you know, it's up to you. It's your decision. Me personally, I'm like, no, okay, I'm not buying into it, okay? Because again, it's the system and it's about how much you're buying into the system, feeding into it, okay? And I decided that I'm not buying into it at all. But anyways, from that point on, I go on respecting women as much as I could, okay? However, something about me, I'm not the most respectful guy, okay? So I have some problems in that area. There are issues that arise. B word was thrown around a few times, okay? I remember this instance specifically, okay? Me and my friend, we were basically talking about something at the lunch table. I don't remember, right? And basically, it was some like, I don't want to say it was like an intellectual thing, but it was like a thing like that, like smarter people would talk about, I guess, if that made sense. The thing is, me and this kid, both very smart, okay? Advanced classes, all that stuff. However, you know, also we are athletes, so we don't really give the vibe of like the smartest people, okay? So this young lady at the table, she was like, oh my gosh, the two dumbest people at the table, like talking about blah, 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 blah. And I said, B word, shut the F up. Okay, that's what I said, and I stuck by it. I stood on it. I remember she was like, oh, I wonder if your mom would be proud of you saying that. And I was like, I don't know. I'm going to tell her when I got home. Then when I got home, I did tell my mom, and my mom was like, well, was she being a B word? I was like, yeah, I told her what happened. She was like, okay, that makes sense. She completely respected it, okay? And that's why I love my mom. The thing is, then that young lady goes around being like, oh, Bryce called me the B word. Bryce called me the B word. I didn't just call her it willy-nilly, okay? The thing is, I feel like a man in that situation, if he said the same thing, I would have said the same thing, okay? For one, I'm gonna be honest, I just like calling people the B word, okay? Like when it comes down to it. It's like the way it comes out of my mouth, okay? It's just so insulting. And the thing is, it's a universal insult. That's the thing. Like I feel like a lot of times like they try to make it into like the woman version of like the F slur, or, like the N word, and it's like it's simply not, okay? It's past all that. My policy when it comes to slurs, okay? If someone could call someone who's not that thing, like who's just very obviously not that thing, that, you know, word, then it's not a slur. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, if like a white person were to call a white person the N word, like it would, everyone would be like, what? Like like why would you say that? It doesn't make any sense. And if like a straight person were to like call it obviously other straight person like the F slur, like for like no reason, people would be like, what? Like what's going on? But just in conversation, if like two men are talking and one calls the other like the B word, just tee hee ha, no one's really looking around. Is it a derogatory term? Of course, okay? Now, if you just go around generally referring to women as B words, you know, like if you're like, oh, like as instead of like saying women, like you say B words, then that's a problem.
Bro, I
Of
need to
course.
get
Just as
like
like a
this
direct
next 2
one-on-one,
years,
you're
bro.
in an argument, person-to-person insult, I think it's absolutely fair game. Now, again, in a situation where it's like I only call women that when I get into arguments with them, then that would be a problem, okay? However, I will say my B word usage has absolutely lessened. Genuinely, I don't think I've used the B word to insult someone to their face since like I played football, which is like at least like 2 years. In football, you get into fights, you know, it's like, oh, you're a B word, you're a B word, you're a B word. But and think that I feel like that facilitates my point, okay? Like it's not a slur. People are going around saying, oh, you're an F slur, you're an F slur, you're an F slur, like on the football field. People are like, okay, like slow down, okay? And then that's the thing, okay? When you say the N word, you think of black people, right? Like that's the first thing that comes to your head. When you say the F slur, you think of, you know, people of that community. Like that's the first thing that comes to your mind. You say the B word, like I don't think of women when I hear the word B. I doubt most people do. It's just an insult, okay? And then people try to make the argument. They're like, oh, but like, you know, it means more like coming from
Yeah,
a
that
certain
is
man, like saying that to a
crazy.
woman. First thing, I ran into that problem, okay? And obviously, I told you, like, just referring to like women as B words, like in general, obviously a problem, okay? But I remember one time I used the word whore to like say something. So I wasn't even insulting them, okay? They described something to me that was just like horror activity. So I was like, oh, like yeah, you just kind of like whorish. They basically told me that they go to bars, right, and see how many people they can kiss in the bar for fun. Like it's like a game to them.
Nigga.
And I hear that, and I'm like, ew. And then they told me that like their record high or whatever was like 20. So like imagine going to a bar and kissing 20 people. I feel like that's disgusting. In my opinion, I think that's more disgusting than sleeping with 20 people just straight up. Here's the thing, okay? Like when I said that, they were like, "Oh, like well, I thought you were the guy who like doesn't care about body count, blah blah blah." I don't care about body count. Here's why it's different, okay? You go into the club, right? Or into the bar. You kiss 20 people. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Like that's just lip on lip action. Like think about all the people they're kissing. It's just all going around, okay? Thing is, you sleep with 20 people. For one, you're not doing it in the same day, most likely. But it's like you take showers in between, you get tested in between, stuff like that. Go around just like kissing people, who knows what you could have gotten. And also, the thing is, if I'm in a bar, in a club, and I see people like kissing, I'm like disgusted. I'm like, bro, like get a room. Like it's so nasty. Like we don't want to see this. Especially like I find out they're not actually together. Like they just like met. Here's the thing. I'm personally think like 20 bodies is like virtually nothing. Okay. Like I think until you hit 20, you're practically a virgin. But I feel like kissing 20 people in a bar in one night is so much more potent than
It's
those
like
20 bodies.
7.
He's like, oh, but like sleeping with people is so much more intimate. And I'm like,
It's
okay,
like
here's the thing.
7.
Sleeping with someone is more intimate. Yes. However, when you sleep with someone,
See, they're like, once you like 10, we're like 3 in a week.
Chances are, you know, you text them for a bit, you talk, you link up, you have a little bit of conversation, then you sleep with them, then you go on your way. Maybe you talk to them again, maybe you don't, right? But making out with people in a bar, you literally walk up to them, give them the eyes, and probably just start making out off the bat. You're probably not talking about nothing. And for one, you're probably inebriated for all of it, which makes it worse, okay? Like, no one's like sober. Like, at least if you like are like hooking up with like 20 people, which again, I don't think is that many, like you're doing it sober for at least some of them. And also, there's no way on God's green earth, okay? I don't know what kind of bars, what kind of clubs you go to, but there is no way that there is 20 people in this bar, in this club, that you genuinely find attractive, that genuinely sober you would see them and be like, I want to kiss them. Or better yet, oh, I want to sleep with them, okay? And if you're kissing people that you wouldn't want to sleep with, that's weird. You're very loose with your kisses at that stage. Again, I really want to hammer this home. When you're sleeping with people, right, you shower in between. Like, even the times where I slept with like 3 people in one day, I showered in between the link ups. You know what I mean? But like, you're at a club, you're kissing. You know how much like saliva's in your mouth? I remember she was like, oh, but like, you know, you drink and it kind of like cleans it and it goes away. And I'm like, that's so nasty. Like, it's gross, okay? Like, in theory, I believe you have more of a chance of catching something from kissing 20 people at a club than sleeping with 20 people. Obviously, given that you're using protection and everything. And that's another thing. When you're sleeping with people, sleeping with large amounts, you use protection. You very much can use protection. But it's like, when you're going around kissing these people, making out with these people in this club bar, again, you have no time to get to know these people. There's no way for you to protect your mouth, so you're just doing it. These people could have anything, and you're risking it all because it's some sort of game. Like, it's fun for you to make out with all these people. Here's the thing, bro. Like, y'all know I got a stomach on me, bro. Like, I've had women tell me like they've had trains ran on them before, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. But making out with 20 people in a bar is insane. Okay, it's the public setting too. It's the fact that everybody can see you. Like, you don't care. Like, you're not embarrassed. What you do behind, like, that's a big thing. Like, what you do behind closed doors, you do behind closed doors. If you have some big group thing, like, again, like, say it's like 20 y'all in a room and y'all decide to do it, that's one thing. But you're comfortable enough in public, okay, just meeting these people, maybe having a 10-15 second conversation, making out, then leaving and going to make out with someone else. And for what, these people are seeing you make out with a bunch of people and they're like, okay, like, I guess I'm next. Gross. Okay, but like I was saying, like, y'all know I have a stomach. Like, I've talked to women where like literally like before they linked up with me, like a few days before, like I knew they were like they were dual wielding, to say the least, like double slopping somebody up, two dudes. I can deal with that because I'm like, you know what, days
We got around some bro. God.
Yeah. Have passed. She's absolutely brushed her teeth, absolutely showered, whatever. But this making out stuff, it's like, what level of like sanitariness are you lacking in which your mind wasn't scared doing that, in which you felt like you were okay and like safe to do that? For the third time, I'll say this. I have a stomach for women doing like wild bedroom stuff, okay? Like women I deal with doing wild bedroom stuff. Like I've talked to women who were adult stars, right? And that's what they did. Like that was their thing. This was like the only time I can remember where I was genuinely grossed out, where I was genuinely like, I kind of don't want to involve myself with you based off like this stuff that you were doing. Straight up had an identity crisis when she said like, oh, you know, aren't you the guy who doesn't care about body count? Because I'm like, wait, does this mean like I would care about body count? But things I know I don't, because like there have been people with like high body counts, like they told me I never cared. There are people who told me that like they got burnt before and I didn't care. Now mind you, it's just because like the nature of being burnt, like, you know, you have something that's temporary, you can get rid of it. The thing about getting burnt is it can happen to anybody. Like you can get burnt on your first body, like it's not that big of a deal. But the comfortability to be in a public space and tell yourself, ooh, I'm gonna have a competition. I'm gonna see, you know, how many people I can make out with tonight in this one location, right? I know none of these people. I want to see how many people I can make out with. And then you go on to do it, right? And the thing is, the idea of that competition is like horrible already, in my opinion. Like if she told me her record high was 5, I'd still be like, okay, again, it's kind of weird that like you were going for as much as possible. But the fact that it was 20, that's something. Like again, like I said, I had the stomach for a lot, but that's one thing I'm very conservative on. That's just unsanitary. It is too nasty. It is too risky. You know how people's mouths are? You know, I had a friend, bro. I had a friend. We went out one time. He made out with one girl and he was freaking out. He was like, oh my gosh, what if she had something? What if she had something? Like, mind you, now that's doing too much. You make out with one person, bro. It's like you made out with one person. But like, how do you not feel a little bit of that fear after 20 people or before 20 people? Like, how do you let it get there? How are you like, say you're on like the 11th person and you're like, is this enough? Like, am I safe? Like, is this like a little, am I tripping? Am I tweaking right now? Like, is this too much? Like how? I feel like that's legitimately so much worse than like 20 protected bodies. Like even unprotected bodies, like say you had like 20 unprotected bodies, right? But then, you know, you got a test and I know you're clear, you know what I mean? And then like comparison to you making out with 20 people and I know you're clear, I still would feel better about the 20 bodies. Because again, it's just the logic of going make 20 people in one night making out. She had the nerve to tell me, she's like, oh, maybe it's different from you because like you're like going inside people opposed to having people go inside you. And I'm like, no, that's not what it is. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand the intimacy of sleeping with somebody. Okay. I understand that's a big deal for a lot of people. And it's like a very like big, like emotional, spiritual thing some people want to say. But going into a club, a bar, and making out with 20 people, most of which you
he's
probably
completely
don't even
right.
think that are that attractive, is so nasty to me. Like, that is disgusting. I'd rather you tell me you have 300 bodies than tell me a story like that. But let me know in the comments if I'm tripping, okay? Now, I'm not gonna ask you to like compare. Like, okay, actually, do tell me this. Tell me if you think like 20 like protected bodies, right, over time is worse or better than going to a club bar and making out with like 20 people off the bat. Like, tell me that. Even if like you're a body count matters person, so you're like, oh, like body count, blah, blah, blah. Tell me that like she's tripping with that. Like, tell me that's like a ridiculous thing, going into a bar kissing like 20 people.
She's
Or if it's
bugging.
not ridiculous and I'm tripping, let me know. Man, I remember that blew my mind when I heard it. And it, again, identity crisis, because I was like, bro, am I really about to like drop this woman because like she like said something about her past? And again, I'm the whole like past doesn't matter for real guy. But it was like, I just couldn't. Like, I couldn't look at you the same way. Like, who are you? Like, that's someone who doesn't care about their body. That's someone who doesn't like care about like their soul even. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's some dark,
Their
sinister
soul?
energy at play. Like, it's just, again, it's just so uncleanly, unsanitary. Oh man, again, bruh, you're. Imagine finding out like you were like the 18th person. I'm sorry, I just can't get past it. Okay, again, let me know in the comments if I'm tripping. I don't think any of you could change my mind. But like, let me know if I'm tripping of like my reaction to that being that strong. Shit, I can't believe she said that to me, bro. Said that to me like it was chill. Like it was just like a thing. Like it was like a tee hee ha ha. You know what I mean? Like telling like war stories. Like, oh, you know, I did that. Like it was like cool almost. Like, nah. Like, I'm someone who's extremely like positive and people like engaging with like multiple people, like doing what they need to do to satisfy themselves. But there's a line, okay? Again, like if it was an organized thing where it's like, oh, you know, I invited 20 people over and like we just had like one big whole thing. That's different. But you saw 20 strangers. Minimal conversation. You're sauced. You're not sober. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Make out, make out, make out. That's just nasty. Okay, so anyways, what story was that? She told me that, right? And then I called her like a whore, but not derogatorily. I was just like, oh my gosh, like you're kind of a whore. She was like, oh well, you're a whore. You don't even know your body count. And I was like, yeah, like I'm a whore too. The thing is, again, I don't see whore as an insult. I see it as like just a pure description. You can't do something like that and tell me that you're not a whore, okay? Just like I can't have the past I have, did what I did, and try to tell anybody that I'm not a whore. It's like my skin being this color and my hair being this texture, me trying to tell someone I'm not an N-word. You know what I mean? Like at the time, it's like she's actively on my roster. Like, you know how I get down. Like, yeah, I'm a whore, okay? That's what it is. And the thing is, my mom has been calling me a whore like since I was in high school. That's why when she was like, oh, like, you know, you just can't like say that. Like she was trying to make it like a man-woman thing. Like, oh, you know, saying that to a woman, like that's like messed up, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, my mom called me a whore growing up, okay? It's a word. It's like, if you don't want to be called a whore, don't do whore stuff. I'm sorry. Now, mind you, this is not a
Oh,
situation
God.
where you dress a certain way. Yeah, I don't think you can't dress a certain way, you know, and be called that, right? You can't, like sometimes it'll be like a young lady, like she just like sleeps with like one guy, right? There's just like a one night stand. Not at all, right? You know, 'cause some men, like they just want to like insult women, you know, make them feel bad for like being like free at all, you know, in that area of their life. But doing something like that, if my male friend told me that, I would call him a whore to his face. I'd probably say a whole lot worse, okay? Because I'd be comfortable saying a lot worse. How can you live with yourself? Like I've done some nasty stuff in my day, like some people would say, okay? But the thing about me, I'm kind of like more of a clean freak. Like if I'm being completely honest. When I tell you, I've made out in bars. Maybe one time or twice, but one of the times was like my girl, you know what I mean? So like that doesn't really count. As far as meeting a stranger in a bar or club and making out with them, I think that's, oh no, that did happen twice. Okay, but you see my point though. Like there have been multiple times where, you know, I'm talking to shorty, like, you know, we're like, hey, you know, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. And I see she goes for it, and I literally, even me when I'm not sober, I can be like, whoa, like, okay, like for one, I know people are around, and again, like we just met, like why are you trying to kiss me here, okay, in public? Bad look. I think that was one thing that turned me off even more, because I'm like, bro, I know me. I'm a loose man. Again, like I told you, like multiple times where I got like 3 women in one day, okay? Triple double is basically 3 links in a day, 2 days in a row, okay? Like I do stuff like that, okay? Now, mind you, I did, yes, of course, I showered in between, but in my mind, like it made it worse, because in my mind, I'm like, bro, if I'm saying that's nasty, that has to be nasty, bro. For those of you who know, if you know, you know, I was the Michael Jackson of the group. So if I'm telling you something's like too far and a bit like, one, like unsanitary, and also just like what are you like fiending, like why would you do that, like that, like I feel like that's a time when you have to look inwards and be like, man, like why am I on this kind of timing? And again, it's like if I say you do something, I'm like, man, that's kind of like a horror thing to do, then that's definitely a whore thing to do. Because when I tell you, I'm so lenient. Again, like I told you, like if you don't have 20 bodies, in my opinion, you're practically a virgin. I was in plenty of situations where I'm hooking up with somebody and I'm not the only person they're hooking up with, okay? So I'm far from stingy, far from, you know, being the guy to be like, oh, like you can only involve yourself with like this many people. But that, it was a whole new ballgame. I never expected to hear anything like that in my life. You might as well have told me that you just laid on the sidewalk and had 20 strangers walk by and spit in your mouth. Like that's what it came across as to me. Anyways, yeah, it's like I feel like I shouldn't have to restrict myself from saying like that's like a whore move just because you're a woman. You know what I mean? Because again, mind you, my mom called me a whore all the time. So it's not like a gendered term for me. Like it's not you that's like makes it like the whore. It's the act itself. You know what I mean? Like I'm even separating you from the act as much as I can. But it's like I can't sit here and be like, that's not whore activity. I remember she was like trying to like get me to like take it back because I could tell it hurt her feelings. But I'm like, I can't take that back, okay? Like, did you listen to what you just told me? I told her, I was like, I'm sorry, but it's just how it is. Okay, now obviously me and her don't talk anymore because I have my girl. But like, even after that, okay, I never lost respect for her as a woman. Okay, I was just like, man, like she honestly, something must just be going on like internally, okay? But you know, we all have something going on internally. Like I'm not gonna sit here and judge. Okay, that's a lie. I absolutely did sit there and judge, and that's what I've kind of been doing for the past however long. But like, I know I'm not the jury, okay? I can judge, but like, it doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? There's something to say about like judging people, but like accepting them. One of my best friends, okay, he judges a lot of the things that I do. For one, he's kind of like really homophobic, right? So he sees like, you know, kind of the minutia of my personality, judges me a little bit, but he still accepts me, okay? Because he understands like the buck doesn't stop with him. It's like shorty can do that thing that to me is like really nasty, but like who am I? You know, like again, not only who am I to talk given my history, but it's just like who am I in general? At the end of the day, bro, no matter how famous, clouded up, you know, how much money I get, I'm still just a human being just like everyone else, just like she's a human being just like everyone else. She's just trying her best just like everyone else, okay? And I respect it. Like, honestly, it's like another one. I'm trying to think of a similar thing. One time, okay, for one, something about me, this is kind of important, kind of not important. I don't like cereal, not any cereal. And by the way, whenever I say I don't like cereal, people are like, oh, but what about this one? They name like a very specific one. All of it, I hate it. It's all disgusting to me. You know, there's a video that circulates the internet every once in a while where a woman, you know, her parts are kind of open and there's cereal in it. And another woman eats the cereal out, okay, out of the other woman. That is so disgusting to me. Like I don't think I would want to be involved with like either woman on either side of those things. I think that's, is it worse than the kissing thing? I don't know. Okay, it definitely could be worse than the kissing thing. No, actually, no, I think it is because food's involved. I hate food. But anyways, point is, that is disgusting to me. Okay, I'm judging. However,
You said I hate
who
food.
am I to judge? Okay, that's what they like to do. That's what they like to do. They want to eat cereal in that way, that disgusting cereal in that way. Then why is it my business? I'm gonna let it rock. Okay, I'm gonna see them as human beings. If I see them, I'm gonna shake their hand and tell them to have a nice day. Okay, and I feel like that's lost on a lot of people. I feel like maybe that's where some misogyny comes from. People are like, oh, like, why do these women do this? Why do certain women do that? And the thing is, it doesn't matter why they do it. Now, mind you, the answer to why they do it most of the time is men. If people are like, oh, like, why do women like start OFs? It's because men will pay them money for them to do that. Oh, you know, why do women like dance exotically at these clubs? Because men pay them to do it. You know what I mean? Like, you got to see like just like cause and effect. It's very simple. One thing personally I don't understand, you know, might be caused by men, might not be. Sometimes like women, I feel like they lie about like their friends like level of attractiveness even when men aren't around. Like, I understand like when, you know, men are around, like, you know, to support the girls, but it's like if two women are by themselves and they're talking about like a third woman who's not attractive, why would they lie about that? And they do that sometimes, okay? But the thing is, I'm judging it, yes, but I respect it, okay? They can do whatever they want to do. I'm always going to question it. I'm going to be like, what's up with that? But I respect it because, again, they're just humans. They're just doing their thing. Here's another reason. I know I went like on a tirade, but like here's another reason it's important to respect women, right? Women can low-key tell, people in general can tell when you respect them, right? So that's why it makes you more successful in certain aspects when you come to people with a sense of mutual respect. Look, I'm not saying you should only respect women so it benefits you, but I'm just telling you it does benefit you, okay? Because people all the time, like they say about my videos, they're like, oh, like, you know, this guy, he makes videos about manipulation. Oh, like this guy, he makes videos about like, you know, these dating stories where he does like horrible things, blah, 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 blah. Like, how do women still involve themselves with him? And the answer is because I respect them and they can tell. Where a lot of people go wrong is like, a lot of men go wrong is they look at women as like an achievement, you know what I mean? As like a prize for something, which is, by the way, like people say like, oh, like a lot of people like view respecting women as like worshiping them, okay? But that's not actually true, okay? Treating women like a goddess is just as much not respecting them as treating them like garbage. Because the thing is, whether you like it or not, whether you act like it or not, there's a level of you that will always respect yourself more than you respect anybody else, okay? Because again, you have your own experiences, you know what you've been through. When you put people on a different pedestal than you, even if you put it up, it's a disrespect to them because you are separating yourselves from them, if that makes sense, okay? Like people do it all the time with celebrities. Like, you know, those people that glaze celebrities so much to the point where it's kind of like objectification and disrespectful. It's a bit like that, okay? I see a woman, me and her are always going to be on the same level, okay? Even though like I have my jokes or like my whole like narcissistic thing where it's like, oh, like I'm kind of like better than everybody. Me and women, for all intents and purposes, if I'm being real, I see them as on the same level as me in every interaction, okay? Unless like they do something that proves otherwise. But then again, that goes for anybody I interact with. In my mind, women aren't entitled to anything from me, right? So everything that I do for them, to them, comes from the heart, right? Like my girl, like she almost cried when I got her birthday presents because she knows I'm not that kind of guy to just be like, oh, like I'm a guy, I'm gonna give you gifts. If you tell me to do like a random woman, like any gesture, my question is always gonna be, why would I do that? Like, what's the point? You know what I mean? There's a performative aspect when it comes to many men, when it comes to like doing things for women, you know, whether it be
I'm that
opening
same way.
doors, you know, spending money on
I don't
them,
think he
paying
understands.
for dates, picking them up, stuff like that. Even though on surface level, it may seem like women like this
Right.
performance,
Be a little slut.
oftentimes there's a deep down level where it's like they know, like, if you didn't have to do that, like if I were a man and you were attracted to men, you most likely wouldn't do this for me. When it comes down to it, like people say they like special treatment, But people low-key don't like special treatment. Like low-key, they're not into that. When I say special treatment, I mean special treatment based off like a group they're a part of, right? Like affirmative action, for instance, like me getting into like some sort of like college or some sort of program because I'm black. Yeah, that's great. I like that I'm in the program, but it doesn't feel as good than just me getting into the program. You know what I'm saying? If you're DMing a woman, you're talking, you're like, oh, like, you know, I want to take you out. Like you match on like Hinge or something. You're like, oh, like, let me take you out. Like blah, blah, blah. Like just stuff where it's like, you feel like you have to say, like, you feel like this is the next step in the interaction, right? Like you feel like it's the right thing to do. The sense of performance in you that subconsciously she notices, all right? And that changes how she views you and how she views the act. Me, anytime I would text a woman, DM a woman, I would absolutely 100% be winging it. I'd have no idea where I was going. That's why some women, you know, I would be texting them for maybe a few days before we link up. Other women, I would text them for months before we link up. Because it's like, you're not like a copy and paste woman to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not treating you like, oh, you know, this is how you're supposed to treat women, blah, 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 blah. I'm treating you the way you are as a human being. You know what I mean? It is a case by case basis, okay? Like truly respecting women is respecting their individuality and being able to treat them as individuals. When people are like, oh, you should do this for women, you shouldn't do this for women, XYZ, that's not true respect, okay? Like you can't put everything in a vacuum like that. We don't live in a vacuum. If you feel like there's ever a situation in which you can group all women together, like truly group all women together, you most likely don't respect women. Not saying that you're doing it intentionally, not saying that you're like a horrible person, like a horrible bad misogynist. It's just you most likely don't respect women. I'm very hard pressed to think of anything where men are like, this is how you treat other men. Like this is what you're supposed to do with other men. You know what I mean? And if it is, it's a situation where there's like a lack of respect there. Situations which I hear that is like, oh, like if a man says this to you, punch him in the face. You know what I mean? Never let a man say this to you. You know what I mean? It's just very broad things. A lot of people in general don't respect other people. Because one thing about yourself that I feel like everyone, whether you know it or not, that you want people to respect is your individuality. Individuality might be the most important thing in this world. We're all the same, but we're all different, okay? And you want people to acknowledge your differences. Like you want people to treat you according to how you are, right? Not according to how like this group of you is. You know those white people where it's like they meet like black people and like the black scent comes on, like they've been a handshake person all their life, but now they dap them up. That's someone who doesn't really respect black people. They're trying to, maybe trying their best, but they don't see it on like, they don't identify themselves with black people. They can't do that. And you may ask, why would a white person identify himself with black people? Why would a man identify himself with a woman? Because we're all the same. And in us being the same, you know that we're all different. Each and every one of us, okay? If it sounds like I'm babbling, you need to lock in. If you truly respect people, you treat them on a case-by-case basis. There's no blanket treatment of anybody. And once someone feels like they're truly an individual to you, like they truly feel like they're special to you, that's when they like you, okay? And that's why I have success with women, because they feel special talking to me. And mind you, I'm not a glazer. Like, I'm not a big glazer, but I always get, oh, you're such a sweet guy, because I treat them like individuals, and a lot of people don't treat women like individuals. There are women who never get treated like an individual their entire life, okay? And then they meet me, and like that's why they think I'm just like the best guy ever, even though I'm a horrible person, because I treat them like an individual, like because I know, okay, you're this way, this person's this way, so I'm gonna treat you not how I treat this person. You know, you're not just another woman to me. You're you. You're whatever your name is. You know, this is not like a pickup women simulator. You know, I'm not like what's the term? Like I remember people call me like a pickup artist. This is not like a pickup art. This is not like, hey, how to pick up women 101. I'm just saying, I promise you, taking women off a pedestal will do so much more for you, like in regards to women, than you can ever imagine. Because that's what true respect is. And again, you shouldn't be respecting women to like get something in return, but like you see my point, like it can also benefit you. I will say some women, some people in general, just objectively aren't ready for that. A lot of people aren't in a place where they want to feel respected. That's why that woman earlier, like I told you about, she literally like told me she liked her men misogynistic. And I'm like, okay, like no, like you can't love yourself. Like there's no way she loved herself, you know what I'm saying? Even when a woman doesn't want straight up misogyny and just wants like benevolent misogyny, misogyny is still misogyny at the end of the day. It's still the disrespect of women. It's like you can't pretend one in like in the intangible sense is better than the other. Obviously, a lot of times like the active misogyny leads to like the physical harm, which is worse. But I mean like intangible, mentally, you know, the mentality, you can't say which one's worse. Because mind you, they both lead to each other, both fall down the same rabbit hole, okay? But society is never going to see that. That's why misogyny, unfortunately, is here to stay, you know, and as well as the patriarchy. Not gonna lie, this video is about to be about something else entirely, okay? It was basically supposed to be like my journey in like not being a misogynist, you know? But now, after that last part, it's gonna be how to respect women 101, you know? 'Cause I feel like there's a lot of teachable moments here and things in general. When you're a woman, a respecter like me, it's not always going to be appreciated. Like, as y'all know, like if you go keep up, you know, with me on TikTok, me on Twitter, like I get into shenanigans a lot. A lot of people don't like me due to my respect of women. Like, they literally hate my guts because of my dating stories. You know, they're like, oh, like he's a horrible boyfriend. Like he must like hate women or something. And I was like, no, I'm just not gonna lie. Just a bad, you know, if you were in a situationship with me, you're in for a world of trouble. And the same would go for a man. And it's like, I try to tell them that, but they don't want to listen. Okay. Again, they want to be handled with like kitty gloves, you know, and just like everything sweet, everything nice. Like if you're in a situation with a woman where something's unfavorable towards her, that somehow means you're a misogynist, and that's simply not how it works. You know, I got colorist allegations. Tell me I got colorist allegations for no reason. Never said anything bad about like black women in my life. The things I generally do avoid being critical of them outside when it comes to things like homophobia. Like if it's homophobia, I will be like, hey man, like y'all, like this demographic has to stop, you know, because a lot of you are partaking in it, and I don't like that. In general, like that last cat, like when everyone was mad about the weird and gay video, like there are a lot of like, you know, people of a certain demographic coming at me, you know what I mean? And I could very easily have, you know, just picked fights with each and every one of them. But, you know, I did want to be more responsible with my platform. I didn't want it to seem like something it isn't. And that's another part of like respecting these communities of people. You have to be aware of what something you're doing could do. If I'm getting canceled on Twitter, right, and I'm just telling a bunch of women who are trying to cancel me that they're ugly, that's obviously going to make me look like I don't like women. And it's obviously going to like, you know, contribute to the concept that women are nothing but their looks. At the same time, I do have to stand up for myself. You know what I mean? Stand up for my content. That's why, again, they're like, hey, stop posting stuff like this. I just won't. You know what I mean? Because again, it is a single player game. Okay, so if people choose to misconstrue what you say, you're responsible for what you say, not what people hear. It's kind of an aside, but there's a lot of people where you'll say something, you'll make someone feel a certain type of way, and they'll act as if you said the way that it makes them feel. Like if that makes sense. You know those stereotypical situations where it's like you ask someone like, "Oh, is that a diet drink?" and they're like, "Oh, but do you think I'm fat or something?" Like it's stuff like that. But sometimes to a much larger scale. Okay, and it does lead to issue. Anyways, that's the video. Respecting women 101. Okay, because that's the thing. Like a lot of people are surprised. They're like, "Oh, how could he do it?" Because again, people hear like, you know, my rhetoric, hear things I talk about, and think I'm a certain kind of way, think I make people feel a certain kind of way. And that's just not true. A lot of abrasive opinions, okay, but there are a lot of people where they meet me and they're like, "Oh, you know, you're much calmer than I expected." Now, mind you, I think I talk pretty calm on here. Like I don't know what people expect me to say when they meet me. Yeah, you know, respect women. Shout out to women. Shout out to everyone who has innies down there instead of outies. You know, that's what I'm rooting for. You know, this is one of the first ideas I had for a YouTube video. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, because as you guys know, I told you before, I open this and then I just start talking, and then like things happen, and then I figure out what the video is going to be about. But I want to make a video about respecting women and not being a misogynist for a very long time. But yeah, I feel like I might be forgetting something, but like, hey, if I'm forgetting something, that's just another video, right? But yeah, state of affairs. Oh my gosh, this is very important. Someone reminded me in the comments yesterday. When I hit 10K, I'm thinking about something, okay? Because very much, eventually, y'all have heard about this. I will change my name merely because Black Ryan Seacrest is another human being, right? So Ryan Seacrest is another human being, right? And before I get too big, I don't want to catch a cease and desist, all that jazz. I want to change my name. Should I change it, like all across the board, TikTok, Twitter, everything, when I hit 10K? Good. And now, mind you, I'm still going to be BRS, but my full name is going to be something different. Okay. Should I tell you? Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. It's going to be, my plan is Bryce Estelle, BRYCE ESTELLE. You know what I mean? That's the plan. As you can see, BRS is still in there. I want to know, do you think it's too soon? You know what I mean? Should I wait till 15K, 20K, something like that? Or do you think 10K is like the move? Because mind you, I might hit 10K like today or tomorrow. Like climb real fast. Hold up, let me check. We're at 9,595. Thank you all so much, by the way. I really appreciate you. But that's where we're at right now, right? So let me know if I should do it like when it hits, or if I should wait. I don't know why I would wait, but it's like, are we all comfortable with the
Damn, that's a good video. Time to end stream. If I go live again today, it won't be on here. Check the com.